The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on, gang? Good afternoon. Hi. Greetings, welcome, and all that. Hope you're doing well. My name is Alan Cox. Thanks for being here. Thursday today. See, I'm back on track. Tuesday, I thought was Wednesday. I don't know what I thought yesterday was. This week's crawling. I know that. I don't know why. Some weeks, they move as they normally would. Other weeks seem to go very, very quickly. This week is crawling. Say hello to Rob Anthony. He's right over there.
Hello.
Kat is back in Studio G.
Hey, everyone.
Can you hear the noise above you there? It's
horrible. The construction.
Well, something. There's contractors, facilities guys are working in the back there. They've been in here all day.
Yeah,
doing
everything's
something.
Vibrating.
They were
Not in a good way.
Yeah, they were hauling ladders around, and
Looks like you're in the right studio.
I wasn't sure
know.
what they were doing back there, but they're installing something, or I don't know what.
Kennedy said a generator in the basement or something. I don't know, man. But
A Mondo generator?
There's, if you look around, there's dust everywhere. They're like tracking in. It just looks like crap in here.
All right. Well, listen, maybe it's something that will eventually benefit us.
I thought we had one all this time.
A
Imagine
generator.
A bunch of radio stations that don't have a generator. Seems pretty smart.
Can you imagine that? They put a bunch of radio stations down here, brand new digs, a couple of years ago, and they go, hey, what if the power goes out? What are the chances the power is going to go out? It'll be fine. Oh, yeah, we can kind of hear it, can't we, behind Kat?
Oh, yeah, I think you can hear it just in here. Remember, this whole place is concrete. It's not like they made these soundproof.
Right.
Oh, then that's back.
No, it's yeah, it's like a low hum.
It's like they're drilling into the floor directly above Kat, I think.
Mm-hmm. Why would it be above her? What I thought that whatever they're doing wouldn't a generator go on a subfloor? Why would it be above her?
I'm sure it's below it. I was just saying it sounds like it's directly above her.
Oh, I see.
I think it's, but my guess is it's in the basement.
Right.
Or below her.
Or below.
Uh-huh.
What?
Should be low.
Uh-huh. Yes. Back there under Studio G. All right. Well, anyway, it's not happening in here. It's happening elsewhere, and that's somebody else's problem. If you want to join us telephonically, we'd love to have you. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007. You can send me a text. Number's 35192. If you listen to us on the iHeartRadio app, you can drop messages there for us as well. Alan, why isn't Quiet Riot in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame? I don't know. You know, if you go back far enough with Quiet Riot, that was a band that was born out of other bands, right? Wasn't that technically like a super group? Like Rudy Sarzo had been in, or Randy Rhoads had been in Quiet Riot. Like the first iteration of Quiet Riot was Randy Rhoads' band. And then he went to join Ozzy. And so then I think Rudy Sarzo had been playing bass with Ozzy. You know, rock and roll is very incestuous. My favorite part of Quiet Riot is Kevin Dubrows' hairstyle change, because this was a guy who, if you recall the early days of Quiet Riot, he did not look like your typical rock star because he had basically like male pattern baldness, right? And he had like wisps of hair around his head. But he struck, you know, he sounded good, and he struck an interesting figure in rock and roll. And Quiet Riot, of course, they were the first heavy metal band ever to get a #1 album. They had Metal Health, and they were the first heavy metal band to ever have a #1 album, and you only get one of those. But down the road, Kevin Dubrow ended up starting to wear wigs because he's like, look, and now I don't know if there was a hair transplant situation somewhere in the middle there or whatever, but he went from having this really wispy, how Elon Musk denies that he ever had hair plugs, but everybody can go back. The internet lives forever, and obviously Elon Musk has had a lot of hair plugs. And I don't know why any rich guy wouldn't. You either do the Bezos where you shave your head, but there's a degree of maintenance to that too. Or you get the plugs. But Kevin Dubrow started wearing like a Louis XIV wig, so he went from not having much hair to having long, lustrous locks. And, of course, he died of a cocaine overdose about 15 years ago, but his brother is a very highly regarded plastic surgeon. There's a show that I used to watch on TV called Botched. You ever watch Botched?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, it's a show about these two plastic surgeons who deal with people, as the name of the show implies, who have had some plastic surgery that has not gone as well as they would have liked. And one of the doctors is Kevin Dubrow's brother. They look exactly alike. But Quiet Riot being in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, I think that you're probably right. I don't think you're ever going to see that. There's a huge blind spot, I think, for those kinds of bands. But I don't know that you'll ever see that. I don't know.
My favorite thing in Quiet Riot was how they spell. Like, I love that they would spell things the way that they spelt them on everything, every album. Crazy
Mama,
spelt wrong.
We're all crazy now.
Come on, feel the noise. That's
yeah,
the most glaringly obvious
But
one.
also, their two big hits were cover songs. That's where it got difficult for those guys. Like Bang Your Head, but Stansbury just played Come On, Feel the Noise, right? Last song before the show started here. And the first two massive songs they had were both Slade songs. So, that always felt weird to me, too, if you're in a band and you have a massive hit that is not your song. Because it introduces you to the public, and it might get them to buy your albums or stream your albums or whatever. But at some point they go, I don't know. I like that other band songs that they were doing better. And
Bang Your Head is a jam.
Might knock you back on your heels a little bit. Bang Your Head, that's right. See, Rob, it was called Metal Health, which was a play on mental health.
Oh.
See, everybody else was saying mental health. They were talking about your metal health.
Who knew?
I'll tell you what. That album, that Metal Health album with a guy in the mask, and see, they're wearing a straitjacket, and that's how you know they're crazy. Like morning radio DJs in the 80s. They all had straitjackets on. Back when they used to do television commercials for radio morning shows, they would have them in straitjackets because they're crazy, lad. They got to put me in a rubber room. I'm so crazy.
And tape over their mouths.
Yeah, you never know what this guy's going to say.
Quiet this guy down.
We locked him up and threw away the key, man. There's a reason they stopped making those commercials.
Inmates are running the asylum.
They were all redonk. But, that is my long answer to your very, very short question there about the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Somebody texted, what was the first text that I got? Somebody texted, hey, my grandma's in hospice, and her condition has taken a precipitous turn for the worse. Boy, do I know that feeling. But, Alan, your talk of poop, jizz, farts, and queefs has really cheered me up. Thanks.
You're welcome,
And it
sir.
sounds ridiculous, but it's the little things in life that you really have to, especially now. Look at the world. You've got to glom on to these little things that... Now, I guess the question is, did this person recount these anecdotes to Grandma? Or is she, perhaps she's not lucid. But if she were, would it make sense to recount these anecdotes to her in the hopes of lifting her spirits? It's a very nice message to get from somebody that, hey, I'm going through a tough time. And we do get these with some frequency, and I'm always grateful for those because this whole thing here is ridiculous. So if other people enjoy it, that's great. But it's one thing for somebody to say, this has made my week better. It's another thing. Can you imagine if those very same things, when recounted to an older person in hospice, lifted their spirits to the extent that they got better? They got better. When they talk to these old women, we play them all the time. Old women, hey, Bessie's 104. How'd you do it? She's like, cigars and Dr. Pepper. Imagine if there's some old woman in hospice, makes an amazing recovery, and they put her on the news. They say, how did you do it? And she says, poop, jizz, farts, and queefs.
Yeah.
And that is they'd have to bleep it all out, of course, because local television,
My grandson was describing the Alan Cox Show to me, and she said, and then Rob said it depends on the timing of the queef, and I snapped right out of it.
I didn't even know who these people were, but the next thing I knew, my pulse ox level was 100 again.
And I've got an Alan Cox tattoo on my right ass cheek.
Yeah.
Thank you, Alan Cox.
That's another very nice message I got from somebody. They just got a buzzard tattoo. And they said it was largely due to this program. Now, it's an old school buzzard tattoo. It's got the buzzard logo. It's got the 101 FM underneath it. But, I mean, it's picture perfect.
That really is. That's awesome.
The person who got it, yeah, Joe hit me up and he said, hey, I got this. I've been, listening to MMS my whole life. But he's like, you've played a huge part in my decision to get this tattoo, and I've always loved the show, and blah, blah, blah. So it's very, very nice when we get messages like that. Because, we get plenty that are like, shut up, you suck. That's fine, too. I would feel even better, actually, if somebody were able to revive their grandmother or grandfather in a situation like that by telling them how much I suck. That would be great.
I didn't even know who this person was, but apparently he's terrible, and it got me back. It got me back in good health.
Now I spend 12 hours a day in Reddit.
Yeah, right. I got a break here. I want to send me a text, 35192. I'll have more Great White Slaughter tickets for you later on. Put you at a Cavs game when the Magic are in town. Set you up for Sonic Temple. Got weekend passes for that coming up in May. And we'll be back after these.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell me to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Thinking about buying your first iHeartRadio app.
So cool, thank you.
But did you know that you can make almost anything a preset? Your favorite local station, sure, but your favorite podcast, that amazing playlist you made for free, even iHeart stations you can't get on the radio, like Freeform Radio and Alternative Rewind.
That's a game changer.
Whatever you choose, it's as easy as a tap to make a preset. Find out what everyone's talking about and get the new and improved free iHeartRadio app today.
Some things are too good to be true. This thing is too true to be good.
The Alan Cox Show.
True dat.
On 100.7 WMMS.
I want to put everybody's mind at ease because I've referred to it a couple of times over the past few days. Brian is fine.
Oh, thank God.
And back to his old tricks, by the way. Maybe he was just taking a brief sabbatical from inundating me with messages, but I got 24 voicemails from him this morning between 4 and 7 a.m.
Yes.
So...
When you say old tricks, do you mean he went back to the guitar? Do you mean, or did he just go back to calling?
Little from column A and a little... No, you know what? No, there has been a serious and a complete dearth of guitar playing from him recently. That has dropped completely off a cliff. But he will call with random songs that he's singing. You don't like the baby voice. You didn't care for that at all. There's not as much of that. It's mostly the singing. It's mostly the non sequiturs. I don't even think I kept his baby voice. I know you didn't like it.
We need more sluts.
Right? We need more sluts. That's one of his.
That. That's probably one of my favorites. That one in the song.
More sluts.
That one and the Finger Bang song are my two favorite Brian's.
Finger Bang's good too. The Doors are good, right?
Very
R.I.P. Jim Morrison. Not a huge Doors fan, but Brian's bringing me around.
Break on through the other side. Break on through, break on through the other side.
Anyway, so I'm glad he's fine. I'm very, very happy that he's okay. You know, because that's where my brain goes. You know, every time I mention somebody that we haven't talked to for a while, because I have to point out that along the way, over the course of my tenure here and in other cities, I've always lost listeners to death. You know, losing listeners is a function of the job, but I mean permanently losing listeners. Lost a guy named Dave the Wave back in Pittsburgh. Lost a handful of people when I was on in Chicago, and over the years here, we've lost Rick and who else? Drunk Mike Jr. and Drunk Mike Sr. And, you know, so then people go, oh, have you heard from Darnell? Have you heard from... And, you know, Donnie, our old intern, he used to call occasionally. But I think that's due more to the fact that he really seemed to turn his life around, too, which is great. So if that's the case, it doesn't matter to me if he's checking in, because when he used to check in, he was really on the edge, which made for a funny call, but I always want to make sure that he was okay. And we hear from Drunk Sue, and, you know, things like that. But anyway, the Brian thing, he's fine. Well, he's alive. 112 to 107, that was your final here at home last night. Your Cavaliers over the Heat of Miami. That's Kevin Love. I always forget he plays for the Miami Heat, and he always gets a hero's welcome when he shows up at the Nomo Romo Fijo. I forget that he plays for the Heat, and I forget that Tristan Thompson actually plays for the Cavaliers.
You do forget that often.
I do,
yeah.
Because he's been eclipsed by all these amazing other players. You know, I don't even know how much court time he gets, but I know he's on the team. I know they have him in there as like, oh, he's a locker room, you know, he's a guy that's an older, brings them together, whatever those guys are. But when you're out there with Donovan Mitchell and Darius Garland and J.A. and Evan Mobley, I mean, you know, these guys are unstoppable. In fact, all season long, they've only been stopped 10 times. The Miami Heat have 3 times as many losses. But every time Kevin Love is in town, too, people start to talk about, you know, when he retires, will he retire as a Cleveland Cavalier? And that's an interesting conversation to have. But 112-107, the final Cavs over the Heat last night. They're off tonight. They will be in Charlotte tomorrow night to play the Hornets. They are also the first team to grab their playoff berth. The Cavaliers will be in the NBA playoffs, which I don't think anybody had any I don't think anybody was unclear about that. But last night, their 12th victory in a row. Donovan Mitchell with 26 points, Darius Garland 10 assists, and the first team to grab their playoff berth. They only needed 62 games to do that. The second only to the franchise record for an 82-game season set by the 82-game season of 60 games set by the 08-09 Cavs. So, yeah, things are looking good for these guys. We are going to be at the Parma Tavern tonight, in fact. It's my next go-round here. We're doing the Bud Light March Mini Hoops Challenge. I'm doing a whole lot of these appearances. Rob and Kat are going to be out with me tonight. So if you want to get, I'm telling you, if you want to get the full Kat, you gotta come out and say hi to her. Right? That's a fair assessment. The full Kat.
Of course.
I mean, that's how I'm gonna pitch it. But yeah, so tonight we'll be at the Parma Tavern starting at 7. We've got a full slate of these appearances. If you're good at Pop-A-Shot, if you think that you've got what it takes to get you to Las Vegas, because somebody from Northeast Ohio is going to represent out there in Vegas, and then out of all those people, somebody gets $10,000. So that's the grand prize. But tonight I'll be at the Parma Tavern starting at 7 o'clock, and then I'll be out tomorrow night and Saturday night as well. So that full schedule is at alancockshow.com. Just at the contest page. I'm going to be out in Solon tomorrow night, and then Saturday night I'll be out in the Sagamore Hills area. Rob, you want to talk to Josh in St. Louis?
Do I ever? What did he say last time? I was a suck ass?
They call it the Lou. When I was on in St. Louis, you had to call it the Lou, and you had to get all of the, you had to refer to Mizzou a lot and call it the Lou, and, but it's a fine, fine town. I have a lot of friends who are in local media in St. Louis, and Josh is kind enough to check in with us occasionally, and sometimes he's even coherent. What's going on, Josh?
I appreciate you saying sometimes I'm coherent. I appreciate it. I'm sorry, I'm losing my voice. Anyway, I called because I wanted to tell you a little story. I fell into 3 projects recently. The first project is with a guy who is the biggest Billy Joel fan I've ever seen in my life. His whole house was Billy Joel. And I was like, that is strange. I'm not a Billy Joel fan. The next house I went to was a guy that had all Van Halen everywhere in his house.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought I was like, that's pretty wild. And then the third customer today is when I talked to him about you. Because this guy wrote for some metal magazines for years, and he really knew his metal stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, you ought to check out a show called 20 Seconds to Midnight. I think it's on in Cuisine.
Yes. He really should. He should check out 20 Seconds to Midnight. That's right.
Well, I was like, there's a guy there named Alan Cox who's a metalhead, and he has a pretty deep knowledge of obscure metal, like this customer has. And I was like, you ought to check out his show. And I was calling to ask you, is there a way to see the set list that you're going to put on every night?
Yes, of course. Yeah, I post the set list every week, yes. There's a 2 Hours to Midnight Facebook page, and we have our own page at WMMS.com. There has to be a metal show on in St. Louis, Josh. K-She or The Point must run a metal show.
No.
Okay.
No, they don't do that. You do something that plays obscure stuff that people are not familiar with. And in St. Louis, nobody wants that. They want to hear the same crap they've heard for forever. So I was telling him about it, and he was like, well, I'd like to check that out. I will see him tomorrow, and I'm going to tell him to go on the Facebook page. Is that what you said?
Yes, there's a Facebook page, and he can also go to, there's a 2 Hours to Midnight page at WMMS.com.
Because you're one of the biggest metal nerds I know, and then I met this dude, and I was like, this guy might appreciate what Alan's doing. So,
well, if he was writing for metal magazines, then yes, that was...
He wrote for 2 of them. I don't remember what they were. Come here, dogs.
Okay. Thank you, Josh. You're cutting out here, but I appreciate the call, and I'm boring everyone to death. Josh sounded like he was calling from St. Louis on the moon, not necessarily St. Louis, Missouri. But thank you, Josh. Appreciate the call. Rob, your thoughts?
Sorry, well, I
completely zoned out. What did you say?
Yeah, I know. I didn't say anything. Are you okay? I've been over here. It's been dead air for 10 minutes. Are you okay?
Oh, yeah. No, I'm fine.
All right.
Great.
Like how Josh tells a guy in St. Louis, hey, there's a guy in Cleveland that's doing a metal show.
Hey, God bless him.
Yeah, right. And by the way, it's very sweet to me on this side of the microphone when people who are fans of 2 Hours to Midnight go, hey, how are the ratings? And I go, heavy metal is not a ratings winner. It's Saturday night at 10 p.m. It's got nothing to do with ratings. It's for people who like heavy metal, and a station like the Buzzard should have a heavy metal show. But make no mistake, there is no, because I'll get email from people, see, this should be on all the time. Well, if we wanted to have a zero share, yes, we would have heavy metal all the time. But that's the beauty of it, is you get 2 hours a week, and we have fun doing it.
I, in fact, have the ratings for 2 Hours to Midnight. It is
It's a 25 share.
The number 1 rated metal show Saturday nights on WMMS.
Hey, that's amazing.
Yeah, you guys are crushing
Could you imagine if we were the number 2 rated metal show on WMMS?
Just behind
the non-existent show. Yeah. But Saturday night, another 2 hours. I don't do it alone. It's me and Corey Roddick and Pat Butler. All 3 of us. We're the metalheads here at iHeart Cleveland, and so we've got another 2 hours lined up for you on Saturday night. Going to play some brand new Whitechapel. We're going to play a local band called Crypt Kicker. We're going to play new landmarks. We do a bunch of old classics. We'll play some Saxon and Easy O and Running Wild. It's a lot of fun. Hello, who's this?
Hey, what's up, Alan? This is Serge. How's it going?
Serge, would you like a lemon twist?
I do not, sir.
All right.
But I have in my professional opinion, I just have some takeaways I'd like to give to you about the show. I think it's better than ever. I really do. I love the old regime. Don't get me wrong, but this guy Rob seems to be funny. I don't know where you found him, but he seems to be cool.
I found Rob out on Euclid Avenue. They say that you'll find talented people in places where you least expect, and I was out there, and I
found a lot of talent on Euclid.
Yeah, I'm sure you have. Probably way farther east of us, Serge.
A little further east. That's correct. Yeah. But I love the show. It seems a little edgier. You seem like you are, I don't know, you're doing something different, and I just really like it.
I grew my hair out.
Show.
Okay, listen, Serge, thank you, pal. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Take care.
Thank you. There you go. There's Serge, Rob.
That was nice.
Named after the 90s soda, I assume. And Serge, would you like a lemon twist? Don't be stupid. You think he got that reference? Probably not. But
absolutely not.
Dig out the old Beverly Hills Cop reference.
As soon as you said it, I was like, yes.
Would you like a lemon twist?
Serge.
That was Bronson Pinchot.
Balky.
That's right. Kosinladi. Yeah. Balky Bartakamus. And then he was also Serge in Beverly Hills Cop. He's in True Romance. He's the guy with the girl in the car, and he's got coke all over his nose when he gets pulled over. And every so often you'll see Bronson Pinchot show up in something. But, I was for a guy with a name like that should have been much higher profile than I think he's been recently. I don't know what he does now. But
I
still out doing things.
Loved Perfect Strangers. I watched every episode of that show. Now, I can tell you exactly what the last scene of that show was, and I cannot tell you what I had for dinner last night.
The last scene. Now, I never watched Perfect Strangers. All my friends did because it was set in Chicago. But I was like, yeah, but they're just showing, it's just B-roll of buildings downtown. They're not filming it here or anything. And so I've probably watched 10 minutes of one episode of Perfect Strangers. It just did not scratch me where I itch.
I guarantee it didn't hold up, but they it's the quintessential ending. They move out of the apartment. I don't want to I'll put spoiler alert. Just want to get that out there. They leave the apartment. They turn back around with the door open.
Yeah.
They reach in.
Yeah.
They shut off the lights.
Yeah.
Fade to black.
Yeah. That's how Three's Company ended.
Yep.
I loved Three's Company. I wanted to be Jack Tripper more than anybody else in the world. When I was 7 or 8 years old, I wanted to be Jack Tripper. I'm like, this guy is living with 2 babes, and all he's got to do, because it was the 70s, all he's got to do is pretend to be gay so that his landlord doesn't kick him out. you imagine if they tried that today? All these shows are like, we're going to reboot this and this and this. We're going to reboot Three's Company. Now, you've got to pretend you're gay. That's the only way that a landlord will let you live with two women.
Oh, boy. Yeah, I don't know if I could do that.
I don't know if that's really going to. I don't know.
Or if they redid Bosom Buddies.
Yeah.
Guaranteed that one didn't hold up either.
Yeah, I'll pull the curtain back a little bit. Rob and I pitched a show not too long ago when he first joined the show, so it was literally not that long ago. We pitched a show about two guys who dressed up as women and went to a lot of outdoor concerts. It was called Blossom Buddies.
Now I think we should do it.
Anyway, nobody bit at that show. Nobody gave a flat crap about our pitch. Do you want to hear one of Brian's calls from this morning? This is him singing, and I'm sure that you'll understand what the song is immediately. This one goes way back. This shows you the depth and the breadth of his musical knowledge because he is really all over the place.
We're in the money. We're in the money. Da, 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 da. We're in the money.
Yeah. So, sometimes he'll call and he'll be singing Michael Bolton, right? Other times he'll call and he'll be singing something a little bit more contemporary. And then other times he'll call and be singing Ginger Rogers from the 1930s. He's all over the place.
See, I like to think maybe that's why we didn't hear from him for a couple of days. He got his tax returns back, made a ton of money, and went on just this ridiculous, 2-day bender.
Oh, I don't know that he is even employed in any way, shape, or form. But, okay, benefit of the doubt. I thought you were going to say he's a time traveler.
Ooh.
I would be just as willing to bet that as that this guy's gainfully employed somewhere.
I was just thinking of him on a 2-day bender, just blowing
we're in the
hookers
money
and just
yeah.
We're in the money. Just
crushing
it.
I want the best for him. Certainly want the best for him.
We're in the money. We're in the money. Da, 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 da. We're in the money.
We've got a lot of what it takes to get along. We're in the money. The sky is sunny. Oh, man, depression, you are through. You done us wrong. Oh, we never see headline about red line today. And when we see the landlord, we can look that guy right in the eye. Oh,
I was watching some of the, to pull that audio, I was watching a little bit of the clip of that. That's the opening song of a movie called, I forget what the movie's called, but it's one of those old, golden age of Hollywood big musicals. Busby Berkeley was the guy that put these on. And, of course, Ginger Rogers, Fred Astaire's counterpart, the whole bit. 1933. And so it's her, and it's a line of these young ingenues, and they've got the big, it's a big musical number. So they got the feathers and all that. I'm watching, I'm like, oh, my God, these women are all dead. By the way, they're all dead. 1933, these girls were probably in their early 20s. My grandmother was born in 1913. So these women, I'm like, oh, they were probably the age that my grandmother would have been. So they're all super cute in 1933. But Rob, they're also all super dead.
Mm.
And it really does. So again, I'm going with Brian's a time traveler. It sounds weird. It seems highly unlikely. But I'm going with, that's the one that, believe it or not, makes most sense to me, that he is a time traveler, and when he checks in, the reason that it's so frenetic is that he doesn't know what time he's in. Not only does he not know what time it is, he doesn't know what time frame he's in. He doesn't know when he is. He knows where he is. He doesn't know when he is.
Imagine if he just started speaking in that 1930s voice, too.
Hey, everybody.
Yeah, you see that gams on Ginger?
Gams.
We're in the money. We're in the money. Da, 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 da. We're in the money.
But we'll go with tax refund, too.
Oh, Brian.
Hey, I've got Great White tickets for you. I want to go see Great White and Slaughter. You can't spell slaughter without laughter. And both bands, probably a third. I'm not sure who's opening for them, but I'm sure there is one. Maybe it's a local band. It is this Saturday night. Want to go see Great White and Slaughter? Do you already have plans? Well, break them. MGM Northfield Park is where the show is going to happen. LiveNation.com has got all the info and the tickets if you strike out here with me. But if you're caller 10, I will give you this pair here. For Saturday night, see Great White and Slaughter. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show
on 100.7 WMMS.
Rover's
Our 2025 iHeart Podcast Awards.
Watch on iHeartRadio's YouTube channel and listen on the iHeart app.
Monday night at 11.
From the all-new Avon Lake Jeep Studios, we say yes.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
The buzzer.
The home of the buzzer.
This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
My name's Alan Cox, and my show sucks.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
35192. Want to send me a text. If you're watching the show, you are doing it at our YouTube channel. There's a live chat in there as well. If you listen on iHeartRadio, you can leave us messages. If you listen from out of state, I'd like to know where people are. Make sure that you let me know. You're on our list of bureau chiefs. We've got people in Canada, too, of course. We've got Robin in Toronto. We've got Oleg in London, Ontario. Greg is in Temagami, Ontario. Butch is up in North Tonawanda, New York. That sounds Canadian. Colleen is down in Sarasota, Florida. I was checking in with my older daughter. She's down in Cocoa Beach this week for spring break. I was like, how's it going down there? And she's like, it's cold and rainy. I'm like, that sucks. That sucks hard. When you've only got a few days to enjoy spring break, and you go, let's go down to Florida. And that's what happens down there.
Did she call my mom?
No, your mom's in Cocoa Beach?
Yes, sir.
No, she did not. Had I known,
jeez,
I would have said, hey, you should hit up Rob's mom. And my daughter would say, who's Rob?
Exactly.
And then I would have had to have explained to her some things that have taken place on the show over the past couple of months. And then we would have gone from there.
Then you would have had to explain why she would go to my mom's. You know, like why she would even entertain that idea.
Well, my daughter is she's a lovely woman. She's a very affable, quite talented. Maybe, I could have pitched it in such a way that I would have gotten her to go to your mom's house.
She's a hell of a cook, I can tell you that.
I was going to say, now your mom would have to bring something to the table. And I have no reason to think she wouldn't. But, yeah, because your she's an Italian cook, right?
Italian and Portuguese.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. 50-50.
Oh, man. Okay. So you're getting all kinds of amazing food then.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Wow. All right.
Did not suck in my house, man. My grandmother started it all.
Does she make sardines, Edie?
No. Well,
aren't sardines big in Portugal?
Oh, yeah. Well, with the Italians, too.
Yeah.
My mom actually will order, anchovies, but she'll order, like, pizza with anchovies on it. That's her thing.
Yeah.
Her and my grandfather loved pasta that way. They'd make a garlic pasta, and they'd put anchovies in it.
My goodness.
It's not necessarily my favorite thing.
Yeah.
I like it in, like, a puttanesca sauce. Like, I make that, and I'll put anchovies in that.
Gotcha.
But
you making turkey steaks? Did your mom make turkey steaks?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, that's like a big Portuguese thing, too, I think.
Is it?
Yeah, turkey steaks, right?
Huh. Okay.
I mean, poor cat. She's over there rolling dumplings and mashed potatoes. It's Serbian food. There's not much going on there.
I'm sure there. What is, like, the big Serbian food, Cat?
I mean, there's all kinds of things.
White
a lot
bread.
of grilled meats, a lot of kind of Mediterranean style.
Oxen.
A lot of fresh salads with grilled meat. And there's like stuffed peppers, for example.
Goat kebabs.
Stuffed cabbage.
You notice she's not saying no.
Kebabs.
She's like, oh, that's silly. Kebabs are great.
Yeah,
Kebabs.
they're great.
Yeah. All right. Well, no, I always think of I don't envy people in like Eastern Europe as far as food goes. I never envy Eastern European vegetarians because the best thing you got going for you in some of these cultures is the meat. And if you remove that, you're like, okay, I guess I'll have more potatoes. But yeah.
Well, it's like Dennis Leary said, the shortest book ever written was the Irish Cookbook. Just take everything you got, put it in a pot, and boil the hell out of it.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. My ex-wife was Serbian and Irish. So it's like, boy, you had nowhere to go when it came to cooking. You were borrowing wholesale from other cultures just to, get, salt was your best friend.
Turkey tetrazzini tonight.
Yum. Hey, tonight we're going to be at the Parma Tavern. This is the next appearance of mine. We're doing the Bud Light March Mini Hoops Tournament. Rob and Kat have both been so kind as to say that they'll pop in as well. So we'll be at the Parma Tavern tonight starting at 7 o'clock. Tomorrow night, I'm going to be out in Solon at Burgers to Beer. And then Saturday night, I'm going to be out at the Basement in Sagamore Hills or Northfield, that area. And then next Thursday, Friday, Saturday, I'll be out too. These are all opportunities for you to play Pop-A-Shot, hopefully get to Vegas, maybe win the $10,000 grand prize. That's what everybody's going for. So if you want to come out and hang, whether it's to try to get in on this or just to see our shining faces in real life under artificial lighting, then you should come out and say hello. So tonight, as soon as we get out of here, hauling ass right to the Parma Tavern, and I cannot wait.
Did you send over my rider?
I did.
Okay.
Yes, I did.
All right, good.
I think I have it sent to Wendy, who's working behind the bar tonight.
Okay.
Rob's rider. I sent it in PDF form.
Good.
Unfortunately, the file was so large, I had to send it in a couple of email.
Hey, listen, if I'm going to go someplace,
I know.
I need my comfort.
She had a question. Is it 16 full bottles of ranch dressing?
No.
Oh.
Nope. You got that one wrong.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Well, I'm glad you
I
asked.
only use odd numbers on my rider.
Odd numbers.
Yeah, it was
Okay.
17.
17 bottles of ranch dressing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Did you remember the line about the temperature?
I did. It's got to be no warmer than 67 degrees.
You're making mistakes.
I might
left
be
and
reading
right.
Cat's rider. I'm sorry. Kat, the Astroglide was yours?
Oh, God. Totally.
No warmer than 69 degrees. Alan.
Nice. Okay, 69 degrees. Well, fortunately, Parma Tavern, I think they've always got it set to a comfy 69.
It was like the other day when we went out, the thermostat said 69.
Yes. And I took a photo, and I posted it. And it was, yeah, okay, listen. So I got your rider. I got Kat's rider. Kat's rider, mercifully, very, very short. You know, she's way less prone than you or I to make demands of people, at least at this point. I can see down the road she'll probably learn.
Been at this a long time, man.
Yeah.
If you're going to get me to go somewhere.
Okay, so the 17 bottles of ranch dressing.
69 degrees.
69 degrees.
Yep. Did you remember the burger bun thing?
The burger bun thing, the inverse hamburgers, I think is what I read, which is instead where the bun should be, you want meat, and where the meat should
Correct.
be, you want bun.
Yep. Too much bun ruins a burger, but I like thin burger patties with a piece of meat in there. I don't want to completely lose the image of a burger.
No, I understand. Okay,
Yeah.
so Rob's inverse burgers.
Yep.
Yep, I got that one down.
And the bun has no seeds. Cannot have seeds on the bun in the middle.
Not even caraway?
None.
Oh, no seeds.
No seeds.
Okay. Please. Boy, I'm so glad you asked because I already sent this over to them and they sent it back and they said none of this will be any problem whatsoever.
Oh, thank God.
They're always very accommodating over there at the Parma Tavern. So I'm looking forward to it tonight. I feel really stupid because I don't have a rider.
Oh.
So I didn't send them anything. I mean, I didn't.
Boy, that is silly.
Wow, do I have egg on my face? And that's so expensive these days.
Yeah.
Okay, well, if there's any last minute additions to that, okay, so ranch, 69 degrees, inverse burgers.
And the
then there was
cheese. Did you remember the cheese piece?
I remember the cheese piece.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
The cheese, you want it, but you want them to put it on the burger, but then remove it from the burger and throw it away.
That's correct.
Yeah.
I just want the flavor of, and it has to be brie.
Yeah, Rob just wants a wisp, a hint of cheese, brie cheese flavor on his inverse burger.
That's right.
And then yeah.
Wipe it on,
I'm glad
take it
I
off.
asked, yeah. Because, and then there was another question they had for me about I know it's a full bar there, obviously a bar restaurant, but that you only wanted Maltese beers.
Correct.
Okay, because they misunderstood that as malt liquor. And I said, no, Maltese liquor.
Such a big difference.
Maltese liquor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, big difference.
Right. Okay, good.
Not liquor, beer.
Oh, Maltese beer.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
No, I'm sorry. The Maltese liquor is what we call the dog you wanted them to have. Didn't you ask for a live dog?
That was the old one. That's when we do shows.
Right. Okay.
When we're out at concerts. This one's just for a bar gig. Not as big of a deal.
Right. I know Rob likes live animals at our other appearances, and so that's... Okay, listen, I'm really glad that...
The pre-warm toilet seat. Did you get that?
They are not able to do that.
Oh, that might be a deal breaker.
Now, I took the liberty, and I hope you don't mind, I took the liberty of having them destroy any jukeboxes that might have Jimmy Buffett music
then you know
on it.
what? With that in mind, I will forgive the chili toilet seat in case I have to have a two.
Right, okay. Oh, and you're going to have to. Between all that Maltese beer and the hint of cheese and the seedless buns and all that, yeah. Okay, well, good. Then I'm glad I will send this revised rider over to them. I certainly hope that they can fix this in the next 4 hours because that's when the appearance
plenty of time
starts. You're
plenty
sure?
Of time. Yes.
Okay.
And I removed the candy stuff because I'm eating healthy, so that's gone.
Mm-hmm.
Don't have to worry about only dark chocolate niblets.
Okay. Dark chocolate niblets.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I like them. I like a big bar of dark chocolate pre-bit for me.
Oh, pre-bit. Dark chocolate niblets. Let me write this down. It's okay. I called my ex's nipples. Okay, dark chocolate niblets.
Yeah, you bite it down for me.
Yeah.
So they're tiny little itty-bitty pieces, so I don't really have to chew all that much.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, and this is, I think, very instructive for the people who listen to the show, is that Rob really does, he doesn't like to be public about how persnickety he is. When we have personal appearances, he's here every day. He's like, "Hey, I'm just this guy, and I'm a cool dude." And then we go out. Man, he wants pre-chewed niblets, and it's a whole thing.
Dark chocolate niblets.
Dark chocolate,
it's none of that milk crap.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, milk chocolate is for children. Okay. Alan, I heard that the Parma Tavern had Cleveland's premier Jimmy Buffett cover band scheduled tonight. I think you're trolling. I don't think that's true. But if you've never heard them, they're called Pear Burger and Cheese-A-Dice, and you might really, really enjoy what they do. But no, I think this person's
inverted burger at the Parma Tavern.
Yeah, that's right. I like chocolate nibbles with malted beer. Just a hint of brie on my inverted burger.
I could see opening the door and hearing that. And just instantly closing the door and turning around and walking back to my
car. Cheeseburger in Parma dice.
And you know what's going to happen now, too. There's going to be some a-hole there that's just going to play 18 Jimmy Buffett songs in a row because I'm there.
Yeah, and that a-hole is named Alan Cox.
A-hole!
Yeah. Anywho, that's tonight. We're going to be there. See somebody nibbling on a weird-looking hamburger and sucking down Maltese beer. That's going to be Lil Robbie over there.
Mm-hmm.
We talked about Paul McCartney yesterday. I was talking about how he's advocating for Joe Cocker to be inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. He's written a letter. Did the same thing for Foreigner last year when they were going to be inducted, or when they were just nominated, I guess, and apparently that carries a lot of weight. Ringo Starr, I thought, hey, if he advocated for anybody, it wouldn't do anything. And he might be smart enough to know that it probably wouldn't. But Ringo is not resting on his laurels. He recorded a performance at the Ryman Auditorium in Nashville just a few weeks ago. And it's going to be on Paramount Plus. It's a 2-hour special called Ringo and Friends at the Ryman. And this guy, for whatever reason, insists on continuing to sing. This is a guy who, a lot of drummers become drummers because they want to be in back. They want to be laying down the beat. They want to be, and that's probably how it started for young Richard Starkey. But he's 84 now. And unbelievably still has his naturally brown hair and looks great. But this is going to be on Paramount Plus. So if you are a Ringo Starr fan, or maybe just a generic Beatles fan and you don't care in what form it comes, this is going to be Ringo and Friends with like Sheryl Crow and Mickey Guyton, and his wife Barbara Bach is still in the audience. Of course, this is one of his big hits, right? Don't Come Easy from the 70s. Mm-hmm. Not a great singer, of course. Ringo never was. Sheryl Crow will make anybody sound good. Well, anyway, with Peace and Love, Ringo is doing his thing.
I mean, in all fairness, he sounds as good as he ever did.
That
right?
is
I mean,
true.
it's not.
That is true. There's zero drop in quality in Ringo Starr's singing.
I wouldn't even know that was from Now. Like, they're just, okay, there's Ringo doing a live set.
Hey, listen, I give it up for anybody who's like, he's 84. And he's out there, you know, I mean, he doesn't really have moves or anything, and that's fine, but he's not decrepit by any means. And he's out there, and, you know, if you're an artist or a singer, you just want to have fun jamming with other people, and that's all it is. 19 songs in the set list from Nashville's Ryman Auditorium. So if you are, that was formerly the Ryman and Steelan Auditorium. So Sheryl Crow and Mickey Guyton, who is real foxy and real talented, are all part of this. This will be I don't know if this is on CBS Network. They said it's going to be on Paramount Plus, but that's the same thing. But I'm wondering if they're going to put this on CBS Primetime. Do you want, if you've been lying awake at night, bemoaning the fact that you've been missing out on live Ringo? Well, the remedy is here. A once-in-a-lifetime event is what they're calling it. So, you know, come for the Ringo, stay for the inevitable Beatles covers. And, you know, he just put out a country album, so he's probably trying to get people to pay attention to that too. He and T-Bone Burnett worked on an album called Look Up, in direct contrast to that Netflix Asteroid movie. But he's got Jack White is a part of this. Have I got your attention now?
Mm-hmm.
The War and Treaty, remember them? So he's got a lot of friends on this. Now, guess who else is on this show? A young woman named Brenda Lee.
Ooh.
Lady who introduced expletives to Christmas music.
Mm-hmm. Heathen.
Later we'll have some effing pie, is what Brenda Lee says in that song.
Mm-hmm.
And she's going to be part of the Ringo thing. I don't have that clip anymore, but I'm sure that I could find it because we were getting a lot of mileage out of this during the holiday season.
Yeah, all because I heard something apparently you don't hear.
It's Rocking Around the Christmas Tree. That's the song?
Yeah. Later we'll have some effing pie and we'll do some caroling.
Christmas tree, let the Christmas tree will get us in.
Not there.
I think you missed it.
Oh, I did?
And it's towards the beginning.
Yeah.
It was like 15 when she did this.
This is it.
Yeah, okay. Well, now I wonder, because, you know, and this is the question that I have if it's going to be on CBS Network. Paramount Plus can do whatever they want. They can air that unedited.
Yeah, bleep it.
I always thought it was pumpkin.
No, it's later we'll have
You thought it was pumpkin?
Yeah.
No.
Later we'll have some
no.
effing pie, Kat.
Heck yeah.
It was the first time they introduced a curse on national television.
Wow.
Isn't that crazy?
And it
That's
was
awesome.
it was especially egregious because she was 15 years old, right?
She snuck it in on the recording and nobody ever caught it.
She really did. They were too busy looking at her. Well, she's 15 and it was a different time. But yeah.
And then when she did the live performance on Ed Sullivan, she gave the middle finger. And people were like, "Oh yeah, she was the OG, man."
And de-pantsed Ed Sullivan, if you remember.
Wow.
Which I don't know if that had ever been on network television before. They were like, sock garters? I knew it.
The visual of that.
I knew it.
Oh,
ladies and gentlemen, our show. He was trying to introduce Carmen Miranda.
De-pantsed Ed
Yeah.
Sullivan. You see him just standing there.
Yeah, right here on our show.
Oh, it's so silly.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, I love it.
But that's Brenda Lee. She did it. All right. Anyway, all that on that Ringo and friends from the Ryman Auditorium in Nashville over there on CBS. I don't know when this is supposed to air. When is this going to air? I don't know.
Oh,
do people care? Oh, Monday, March the 10th. That's this Monday.
Mm-hmm.
Daylight saving time starts Sunday, so you'll have lost an hour of sleep. But the Ringo thing should help you get knocked right out. So I'm going to take a break here. I want to go to the Cavs game on St. Paddy's Day Eve, the 16th. They're going to be hosting the Orlando Magic. Last time the Cavs were in Orlando, they just ran right over these guys. So we'll see what happens here. Pair of tickets to see the Cavs take on the Magic on Sunday night, March the 16th at the Nomo Fijo. Cavs.com always has the info should you need it. But if you're caller 10 now, I will toss you this pair. Good luck. Have fun. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show.
On iHeartRadio.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Partly cloudy tonight with a low of 28 degrees. Tomorrow, a chance of rain mixed with snow with a high of 42. Then over the weekend, mostly sunny. Saturday's high 34, Sunday's high 44.
This report is sponsored by Compassion International.
Every day, a child in
window of our home.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Obscurum and start listening.
Let's be real. Sleeping with your teacher is hot. Just be careful if you're homeschooled.
Mom, stop it!
Now back to the Alan Cox Show on 100.7
WMMS.
Yes, this is the campaign slithered in trails in the cargo bay. A new turd is the best.
Remember At the Drive-In? These guys were hot for like a year and a half. And then they split off on other bands. A song called One Arm Scissor. This was like the big hit that they had. And I was thinking of it when I was reading about this. Rob, you must know. I mean, you're a New England boy. You must know Lesley University.
I don't think that I do.
It's a Division III school, and there's a girl now who's in the history books. Lesley is in Cambridge.
Okay.
I assume from your reaction that it's a small school.
I've never even heard of it.
Lesley University is a private school in Cambridge, Mass.
Yeah.
The team is the Lynx, and they've got a series of, I don't know if it's an all-girls school, because all of the notable alumni are women. They've had Kennedy's there. Kitty Dukakis went there. Althea Garrison. Anyway, the girl who is getting a lot of attention now is getting that because she is the first one-armed college basketball player to make a shot, I guess. And listen, she's got one arm, and enough people told her not to follow her dreams, that it would never happen for her. A girl named Bailey Cinnamon Daniel. She was cut from her high school basketball team, but she wanted nothing more than to play at a collegiate level. And so she got accepted to Lesley University, and now she's in the NCAA Division III history books, as she has one arm and made this shot here.
It is not very common to see somebody with one arm playing basketball. I think there's probably about 2 or 3 of us in the collegiate level, and I am, from what I believe, and from
See, she's got like this little thing there. It's not like she's missing a hand. It's very, very tiny, and it got a couple of digits there, and but she's in the record books.
People have told me I am the first Division III women's collegiate basketball player to make a basket in a...
Now, she does keep saying collegiate, which has taken me out of it a bit. But this is a big deal for her. And, dare I say, a big deal for all one-armed athletes. Because if she can do it, anyone can do it. She's holding down the grass so that you can blaze that trail.
Game.
Bailey, as soon as Bailey took the shot, I thought it was in. And my first thought was, that's history, and we need to take a second to pause and celebrate it.
By the way, have you ever seen a guy who looks less like a collegiate basketball coach than this guy, Martin Rather, who is her coach there at Lesley University?
So I called timeout.
The first time when I shot the ball and it went in, it was an immediate feeling of relief because I was very happy that the shot went in and I could kind of, take a breather and just, remember to get back on defense. And then seeing the coach's reaction and the team's reaction was just a cherry on top of that whole relief feeling. And then it also instilled a sense of, happiness and hope within myself. During the second game, when the shot went in, that was also a very big moment for me because it was my birthday that day. It was a very,
There's the shot. That is unbelievable. I mean, you get lucky, whatever. But, I mean, it's got to, obviously, she's learned to kind of calibrate her balance because she's only got the one arm. I mean, technically, she does have 2 arms. Just the one, it's not like a viable type situation.
Does it work?
It doesn't look like it does. No, it's like a very tiny arm and like the hand. It doesn't look like, I mean, I don't see her doing anything with it. So it's, but good for her. But I figured that maybe you had heard of Lesley University. I had never heard of it before, but it's right there in Cambridge.
I heard of the other one in Cambridge.
Harvard University.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Yes, of course. Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Isn't that in Cambridge? When people say that they went to Cambridge, they're trying to avoid telling you that they went to Harvard. I think MIT is in Cambridge as well. And, people talk about the actor James Woods, and how he's like a super MAGA guy, and a lot of people have a hard time with him because of that. I think James Woods is a great actor, but he's also a smart guy. He graduated from MIT. I can never figure out why people go to MIT and they don't want to be scientists.
Maybe he did it.
Like, is there an MIT theater program? Right? Like Buzz Aldrin went to MIT. Kofi Annan, who used to be the head of the United Nations. I mean, a lot of people that you would expect. Benjamin Netanyahu went to MIT. So, people make that argument that you're a genius if you go to Harvard. Nothing could be further from the truth. I know one person in particular who went to Harvard, a friend of mine. I love them to death. They're not bright. So I don't know how they were dancing between the raindrops, but, they love telling people they went to Harvard. But if you knew this person, you'd kind of cock an eyebrow. But nobody dumb is going to MIT.
But I think the thing with Harvard, too, is there's a big, big difference between people who are book smart and people who are street smart. And a lot of times, those two things don't go into the same person. My cousin...
That is true, but again, Harvard is one of those schools where you're not going to get in because you're street smart.
No, I know. I'm just saying that person who you're saying isn't too bright, is that just that they do stupid things and they're very smart?
No.
No? Oh, okay. All right. Well,
no,
that's different.
This is what I'm saying. Like, they're not stupid. Don't get me wrong. They're not stupid. They still got into Harvard, But when people think of schools like that, they think that it's this massive army of brainiacs and geniuses. These MIT has a 4% acceptance rate, right? For instance, it's an extraordinarily difficult school to get into. So you have to really want to go there. And you also really have to have the ability to go there. Kat applied to MIT. Now, that's only because, from what I can glean, she applied to every school and ended up going to most of them, Rob. She was on this program where you do a semester at different schools. And so whereas most people might spend 16, when I went to college, we were on trimesters, but whereas some people might spend 16 semesters in school, Kat was on this program where she went to 16 different schools. Doing a semester in each. Am I remembering that correctly, Kat? That's what you did, yeah?
No.
Oh, you didn't do that? Oh.
Yeah, that's a lot.
It really is a lot, isn't it? It sure is. I mean,
I've only done a couple between college and grad school.
It's more than you would think somebody would go. You
True.
wouldn't think somebody would go to 16 different colleges.
Yeah, it sounds like a lot.
Yes, of course. It's almost, dare I say, a comical amount of schools that you would go to. But you've gone to at least 3?
Yeah, but between college and grad school and community college, it's not that special.
Yeah, but that's a lot.
Well,
don't you think?
For some people, it is a lot.
Oh, you see what she's doing? She's like, not for me. It's not a lot for me. I can handle it. Yep. Well, good for you. Yup.
And broadcasting school, right?
Yep.
That doesn't count. I'm talking
about. Of course it does.
Pardon me.
It's another skill. It's a trade school.
But you don't need to go to school for it.
Maybe. Some people do.
All right. All right. But you see what I'm saying, Rob? I mean, it seems unlikely that somebody would go to 16 schools.
Highly.
Rather than just the normal amount of schools. Hey, if you listen to us on iHeartRadio, we've got a digital application, which is a lot of fun. It's new and improved. And the reason it's so fun is because sometimes it works. And if you listen to us and leave messages, let me know where you're doing it. If you're out of state or whatever.
Alan, Rich down in Jacksonville, Florida, listening back to the podcast. You guys are talking about old people habits. I got 2 I'd like to suggest. Going to concerts strictly for the opener and hand-making pierogies. Hate the show.
Rich,
Bye.
you son of a bitch. How dare you? Rich in Jacksonville.
Son of a bitch.
How dare you?
I do both of those things.
Yeah.
Obviously, the second one was a jab at me, but I also do the first.
Go for the opener.
You dick.
Yeah. Time is literally money, right? I mean, yeah, the ticket costs me the same, but my time, your time, everyone's time is valuable. You can always make more money. You can't make more time. Somebody write that down. I just thought of it. But yeah, a lot of times. And by the way, it's not by design. I didn't tell what the headliner who to bring. They don't know that I like the opener better. There's a lot of bands I absolutely go if they're the headliner. That way, I can go later if I don't like the opener. That's the beauty, too. You're saving time either way. I don't like the opener, I'll go right when the headliner's going on. Otherwise, I like the opener, go, dip out early. There's no harm done on that whole thing.
Even if I do love the headliner, I'm still leaving after like 5 songs. I'm not sitting in that traffic. Especially if
you want to be, I mean, I'm not beat the traffic guy. You're beat the traffic guy.
Yeah. Even if I'm at, especially if I'm at Blossom. Like,
well, yeah, that's true.
Even if you get the good parking, you pay extra for the VIP parking, you're still sitting in it for hours.
Yeah, but the trouble with Blossom is everybody's trying to beat the traffic. So no matter when you leave, you're sitting in traffic.
No.
Not as much as if you wait until the very end.
Yeah. I'm it depends.
See, what I do is I go to the other extreme. I sit on the lawn until everyone has left.
Just wait it out.
Yeah.
It's not a bad idea.
And then I go, look how fast I'm getting out of here. You know, like they're kicking me out, but you know, I'm out there with I'm helping the crew pick up.
Picking up trash, putting stuff cleaning toilets.
Yeah. I'm like, hey, I'm here. Let me pitch in. That way you
Barry,
guys
give me something to do, would you?
You guys can get out sooner. And then, you know, normally I've got my own plunger, so I'll attack a couple of turlets. That's fine with me. I'll go out to the trunk.
We used to wait him out all the time. When I was not old and crotchety, I would absolutely go to shows and just sit in the parking lot and get drunk, wait for the traffic to go away, and then we'd leave.
Yeah.
I wasn't driving, by the way.
I think that's still the way to do it.
It is.
You wait until the very, very end.
The thought of getting home any time past like 11:30, 12 o'clock to me just seems like I may as well stay up for the whole day.
Yeah.
And next day it's happening again. I'm a wreck if I'm ever up past midnight.
Really?
Oh, destroyed.
Oh. I love being out late.
I'm such an old guy.
I mean, there's nowhere to be out late around here, but I mean, it's, you know, it's still fun. Alan, you guys are dummies. Cambridge University is in England.
Jesus God.
We're talking about Cambridge, Massachusetts, which, of course, is the home to MIT and Harvard. And, yes, Cambridge University, yes, is in England. But again, thank you. You're not wrong. That's great. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm. Alan, I was a basketball player in my youth. After a stroke 8 years ago, I only have full use of one arm and hand, and it's crazy difficult to try to shoot one-handed, and I still have my dominant hand. That's why this girl is so impressive. Clearly, her situation is from birth. It's not like she lost an arm, right?
But I also wonder, too, if this person lost use of the arm and hand, can he still, like, move it enough that he can hold on to the ball?
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, she clearly, with that hand thing that she had, the kid's not, like, that's not going to help her maintain control of the ball. Like, she has to catch that thing one-handed, get herself ready, turn it, and shoot.
Yeah.
That's hard.
Yeah. It ain't easy. Ringo said it best. You know it ain't easy.
Don't come easy.
He mumbled it best. Yeah. Alan, deep pantsing Ed Sullivan is the first time you've made me laugh out loud, and it happened at a time when I really needed it. Thank you for your service. I know that's meant to be complimentary, but if I've made you laugh out loud one time in 15 years, I don't know how to respond to that.
Maybe
I
meant-
am doing a terrible, terrible job.
Maybe he just meant the first time today. He
Oh.
wasn't specific.
He or she.
The
I
first
don't
time
know.
you made me laugh, ...
Yeah.
Today.
Ah. Okay. Well, didn't specify the day.
I'm finding the positives.
I appreciate that. Silver linings guy.
You never know what's going to strike you as hysterically funny, and just the visual of that ruined me. I could not stop laughing. I walked out and got more water, and I was still laughing.
A teenage Brenda Lee walking behind Ed Sullivan and pulling his pants down. In black and white, mind you.
And then you said the thing holding up his socks. Like, I just could not.
Sock garters.
Dude, oh my God.
That's an old
The visual of that was so funny.
I just
I've got
love
a really good show.
Obviously, I was too young to have watched Ed Sullivan, but I just love the notion of this guy who looked like a dude that worked with your dad in the insurance company, had a television show, and it was widely. I don't know how old Ed Sullivan was. He was probably 35, but he looked like he was 70. But it's so funny. I mean, you'd never put a guy like that on television now. And you know, obviously in the early days of TV, those were all people that had started in radio. You know, the advent of a new kind of technology, there were no TV stars because TV wasn't even around until the late 40s, and most people didn't have it in their homes until the early mid-50s. So it was a lot of older people who had been on radio, and they just moved them over to television. But, you know, when you watch old clips of it, so I'm like, look at this old dude hosting what was the most popular show on television.
It was the only show on television. But that's why I think we can make the references to Ed Sullivan, because it's obviously they're old, you know, most people that watch that live are, you know, pushing the upper end of life.
Yeah.
But everybody's seen the clip.
Yeah, they're on YouTube.
The Beatles clip, like the most famous thing of all time.
Yeah. I was reading that one of these travel sites or something has singled out Cleveland's Little Italy neighborhood as one of the very best Little Italies in all of North America. How about that? I haven't been over to Little Italy in a while. Now, this is not to be confused, by the way, with Lil Italy. She's a rapper from Palermo. But it's, you know, listen, congratulations over there on the east side. It's got its problems, of course. Not exactly a haven of black folks. It's not exactly by coincidence. Nevertheless, the food, the festivals, the blah, blah, blah. Of course, there are people born and bred in Cleveland who will tell you they've never been to Little Italy. But it's, as far as Little Italies go, I guess, good for them.
I've never been. I've been here for 3 years, and it's very surprising to me that I've not gone, because I was looking forward to checking it out when I first moved to town.
Mm-hmm.
And then I was stupid and moved 40 minutes away, so I never come back.
Mm-hmm.
But I want to go because I heard exactly that. People were like, the food is incredible. They have old school bakeries, all that stuff that I just can't get elsewhere. And I haven't had a sfogliatelle in a long time. So I might have to hit that area soon.
Just go in and say, I would like the gabagool, please.
No, they'll kick you out.
I would like the, I don't know.
The mozzarella.
Boom, boom, namacariara.
You got the
Just start
mozzarella.
making stuff up. And yeah.
Boppada boopy.
Boppada boopy is, see, cat knows. Boppada boopy.
Mustache flap.
Uh-huh. And, yeah. But, you know, next time, again, I haven't been over there in a long time. We went, I think the place we went to is gone. It was called Gusto or something like that. And there's a thing a place up on Murray Hill that I remember going to, but again, it was years ago. And, but they have, you know, festivals and stuff. And so people who are over there and people who frequent Little Italy are probably not surprised at any of this, but to be recognized, you know, because every city has its version of Little Italy. I lived in Pittsburgh. Bloomfield is Pittsburgh's Little Italy. Of course, Chicago's got its own. Every city will have its Little Italy.
You said it's on the east side?
East side.
Okay.
Yeah. Way over there. And we had an ill-fated restaurant over there many years ago that was called Papa Giuseppe's Checkered Tablecloth Pizzatorium. And it was so, it didn't last very long at all. And that's kind of soured me on the whole thing. And so I haven't spent a lot of time over there. We ran we had the poor fortune in our business plan to have 2 locations right next to each other. This was Bill Squire and I. We opened this chain many, many years ago, and it was right there in the heart of Little Italy. And it was not, how do I put this, not well received. And at the time, we sunk all the money we had into it. And then we got to work on what I thought was a very compelling ad campaign, but it just didn't take off. And so I kind of, as nice as it is over there, I'm glad they're getting their accolades. It still kind of gets me in the gut when people talk about Little Italy, just because I have those kind of bad memories about it.
Spring has sprung, so have a seat on a patio right next to the dumpster. Papa Giuseppe, second tablecloth pizzatorium.
Yeah, again, I think we hired the wrong people to do our commercials at the time.
I don't know. That kind of made me want to go there.
Yeah, we use partially hydrogenated vegetable oil in the crust. If you're too fancy for that, get out of here!
Yeah, I would say it was almost as though we were trying to rebuff our target audience.
Still got my attention.
It was like daring people to come eat there. But I think it was really the 2 locations next door to each other, both with very limited seating, that really did us in.
But the same menu?
Yeah, we thought it was a novelty, and it turned out to be, it was really, really bad.
Hey, if some guy's beanbag touches your deep dish, you get $1 off. Papa Giuseppe's Checker Tablecloth Pizzatorium.
Now, that was the most success we had, was the beanbag in the pizza for the $1 off. Trouble is, people were putting their own beanbags into the pizza and then trying to redeem the $1 off. And so there was a legal problem there for a while, too.
Hey, it's Papa Giuseppe's Checker Tablecloth Pizzatorium. Don't let the door hit you in the ass on the way out, scumbag.
It's still right there for me.
Yeah. Oh, and by the way, before I go to break here on the subject of pizza, listen, with respect, I know around here they're trying to get Ohio pizza to be a thing. But I was reading that the state of Connecticut has been calling itself the pizza capital of the United States. And I know we're in a trolling culture now where nothing is real, up is down is up, dogs and cats living together. But I don't know where you get the balls if you are in Connecticut, and we have no shortage of bureau chiefs in the great state of Connecticut, to come out and call yourselves the pizza capital of the United States. They're like, oh, we've got New Haven style.
Yeah.
That's not a thing.
Oh, yes, it is. Dude, are you nuts? You did this on purpose.
Who, me?
Come on. Where is the pizza capital of the United States then, Alan?
It's probably, listen, I'm from
Say
Chicago.
Chicago. Please say Chicago.
I'm not going to, because everybody associates Chicago with deep dish pizza. That's not what I grew up eating. That's for tourists. Most people say New York or Chicago, and they can probably split the difference. New Haven.
The best style pizza on the planet.
Yeah. Oh, let me guess. It's coal-fired. Oh, who thought of that? Oh, is a little charred on the crust? Oh, wow.
You done?
Well done.
You done? I would still say New York is the pizza capital of the world. Without question. New York City.
Wait. Of the world? I was just talking about the United States.
That's what I meant.
Yeah, of the world.
Yeah.
That's what I meant. How do you know? Oh, yeah, Kat's been everywhere. She knows.
Yeah,
anyway.
she goes, I'm sorry, Antigua is the pizza capital of the world, all right?
There's a place called Papa Giuseppe's on Main Street.
We franchised it out, and it's down there, yeah.
No, so the New Haven pizza is a specific style. It's the only place in the world that puts an A in front of it. It's a pizza, and it is incredible. And you ball breaker being a wood-fired, it's not always coal-fired.
Yeah.
It's the style. It is a fantastic pizza.
Anybody around here make a New Haven style?
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah. It's not exact, but what's the bar? I hate you so much. There's a brewery in Ohio City.
Okay. Oh, it's I know what you're talking about. Great Lakes.
Nope. Isn't there another one over there?
Well, no, but I think you're talking about the restaurant that's right on 25th there that makes the different kinds of pizzas. It used to be Barcento, and now it's something else, I think.
I don't know. It's a Juicy. What is
Saucy.
Saucy.
Saucy Brew Works.
Yeah, where is that?
That's closer down to Birdtown there, like 25th and Detroit, I think. Yeah, but okay, in that vicinity, yeah.
They do a pizza.
A pizza.
Yes, it is a
so
specific...
if I go in and say, could I get a pizza? They're going to go, yeah, what kind? I mean, that sounds like you could easily confuse me.
Not there, they won't, because that's what they call it.
Wow. All right.
And you get it. You don't have to do anything with it. Just say, give me a pizza. Or just say, give me a cheese pizza, because that's how they do it.
Why not just call it pizza?
Because that's
Give me a cheese, a pizza.
No, you don't have to say that.
Oh.
You just say pizza.
All
but that's what they call it. It's just they spell it that way.
Okay.
And Sally's is the best in New Haven.
Okay.
If you go to New Haven, Connecticut, everyone, get yourself a slice or a pie, Sally's.
Okay. Well, listen, all I know is when it comes to pizza, boy, if it's good enough for all of those palates there at Yale University in New Haven, if it's good enough for their refined palates, I didn't know it was so fancy. They said it's not enough to have pizza. We've got to put an A on the front of it.
Oh, for God's sake. It's fancy.
Well, I want to try it now.
It's so I'm
going to go over to Saucy and I'm going to try one.
I don't know if they still do it. This was a couple of years ago.
All right.
I'll find it.
You got me half hard here, and now you're telling me it's gone.
I'll find it. Don't you worry. I'll get you in a real New Haven style pizza.
All right.
What's that thing called where you can buy food from home?
DoorDash?
Postmates? No, it's like Gold something or other.
Oh, Gold Belly.
Gold Belly.
Yeah, that's how I used to order my Lou Malnati's pizzas from Chicago before they started selling them at Heinen's. I'd have them shipped. $30 a pie.
I'm going to buy a pie right now.
Hey, I've got Offspring tickets for you. Offspring, they have a new album. It's called Supercharged, and so the tour is called Supercharged in 25. And they're bringing Jimmy Eat World and Newfound Glory with them. Should be a good night. Wednesday, August 13th, out at Blossom, part of the Minutemen Workforce Solutions concert series. And these are not on sale yet. That doesn't happen until tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock at livenation.com. So you'll get them early from me. Want to go see Offspring with Jimmy Eat World and Newfound Glory? Be caller 10. And you will. We'll probably see you there. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show, 100.7 WMMS.
iHeart Podcast Awards, live from Austin, Texas at South by Southwest.
Celebrating the most innovative and influential voices in the podcasting world.
Push boundaries. Sit down with amazing guests every week. And engage audiences in new, remarkable ways.
From true crime mysteries to breaking news, health and wellness, hilarious conversations, and so much more. We'll celebrate the best of the best.
You hear these stories, get educated, learn more, spread the word.
Continuing to push boundaries in new, remarkable ways.
Don't miss our 2025 iHeart Podcast Awards.
Watch on iHeartRadio's YouTube channel and listen on the iHeart app.
Monday night at 11.
From the all-new Avon Lake Rams Studios, we say yes.
The buzzer.
The home of the buzzer.
The buzzer. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
You don't deserve anything. You deserve to get smacked in the face and kicked in the dirt.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
$35192. Send me a text if you want. If you watch live, do that at our YouTube channel. Well, obviously, that's what you would have to do. But there's quite a lively chat in there as well, from what I understand. I don't see it, but Rob sees it. And I'll tell you what, this guy, he rules with an iron fist. You actually don't dip into the chat, do you?
Every once in a while.
Yeah.
I'll pop in.
Say, hey, kids, behave.
Yeah.
Your Cleveland Cavaliers, a big win over the Miami Heat last night, 112-107. The Cavs' first team to get their playoff berth. That's their 12th straight win. Cavs are at 52-10. And they're off tonight. They're headed to Charlotte. They're going to play the Hornets tomorrow night, and then up to Milwaukee to play the Bucks on Sunday night. So congratulations to them. You'll hear, of course, all the Cavs action on your FM home for Cleveland Cavaliers basketball, 100.7 WMMS, the Buzzard, and on the iHeartRadio app. Use the promo code SHAMROCK all month long for 20% off whatever you want to get, whatever you see fit, whether it is, there's always new Buzzard merch dropping. I think we've got our St. Patty's Day piece about to drop soon. If you want to add that to your drip, and make sure you use the promo code. If you're in with the store, just do it when you check out. If you're online and shopping, just clickety-clack Shamrock into the promo code there. Tonight, I'll be out in Parma. Rob and Kat have agreed to join me. I'm doing a bunch of appearances with Bud Light for the March Mini Hoops Tournament. It's that time of year again. And you've got a shot to go to Vegas. You could be representing Northeast Ohio in Las Vegas among all of these other Pop-A-Shot champs. And somebody leaves Vegas with $10,000. So the top 4 scorers at each one of these appearances I'm doing will join us for the finals on the 22nd of this month, and then that person goes to Vegas. So tonight we're at the Parma Tavern starting at 7 o'clock. Tomorrow night I'm going to be out in Solon at Burgers to Beer, and then Saturday I'll be at the Basement way out there in Sagamore Hills. But the entire schedule, because there's plenty more, at AlanCoxShow.com.
Man, I am gassy. Wow.
To what do you attribute that?
I don't know.
Are you okay?
I'm fine. I'm choking back farts.
Wow. Choking them back. They're getting that far out.
I'm just being, listen, if this were anywhere but a shared studio, I would have a much better feeling tummy at the moment.
I see.
So are you saying if you were in my studio, you'd let it rip?
If you weren't in there, yeah. That's exactly what I'm saying.
That's all she's doing in there. She's letting it rip.
It's the best part about sitting by yourself.
I don't hear the jackhammering anymore either.
Thank God.
Maybe they finally called it for the day.
I know that just based on the feeling that I have in my stomach, it's going to be a noisy one. And that's why, I wish this happened when I was in the bathroom just a minute ago. I've done it there. I had sushi for dinner. Would that do it?
Last night?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't eat any other time.
You don't eat during the day?
No. I just eat dinner when I get home. Which is probably the wrong way.
All day?
No, it's weird.
I'm not either.
You're just never hungry at all. I get hungry. Like when I leave here, I would kick my dog out of the way to have dinner. But no, Like right now, I'm not hungry. I just, it's got to be sushi.
Why do people get hungry? This sounds utterly ridiculous for me to ask this question, but I'm genuinely going to ask it. Why do people get hungry? Because it's not like people are starving themselves. It's not like people are going more than 15 minutes without putting something into their gaping maw. So why are people hungry?
It's your body telling you it needs something.
It does not.
Of course it does.
Yes, if you hadn't eaten for 4 days, your body would go, you need to give me food.
So what is the explanation?
Nobody's waiting that. I don't know. I think it's psychosomatic. I think people are bored. I think people are like, I'm hungry. It's like when there's people have a Pavlovian response. Again, this is no big revelation. People talk about this all the time. When they sit down to watch TV, they're like, I'm hungry. My daughter does this, my 9-year-old. I'm hungry. I go, no, you're not.
You're bored.
You're bored.
That is true, yes.
I'm like, you know what, if you are, now, I shouldn't say that. To her credit, she's always like, could you get me an apple or could you cut me an apple or something like that? My daughter eats really well. So I'm like, yes, fine. If you say you're snacky, she's perfectly fine with an apple or some, But a lot of people, adults too, I'm hungry.
I do it all the time.
No, you're not.
I stopped.
Now, listen, I understand the impulse. Like if you're watching TV, you want to eat something. I mean, that's fine. But I genuinely am like, why do people say they're hungry?
I think you just answered it.
Well,
they're either hungry or they're bored.
But to me, they're two different things. I'm not denying that there are people who are like, yes, I'm hungry. So I know there are people who like metabolize different. Everybody's different. I understand. But for somebody like me who's not hungry ever, maybe the better question is, why am I never hungry? If I just said, I'm not going to eat until I become hungry, my body will tell me, it would easily be a couple of days.
Really?
Because we've talked about this before. You can live a long time without food. You can't live a long time without water. We're talking about that guy whose girlfriend locked him in the storage unit, and he called 911. He finally found his phone after a couple of days. He said he'd been in there a week. And I said, well, that's physically impossible. You'd be dead after a week with no water. Food, yeah. People go on hunger strikes. You can go a long time without food. You can't go a long time without water. So if I was like, I'm not going to eat until I'm getting legit, like, hunger pangs, right? Like my body is telling me to eat. It would be a couple of days.
What did you say?
It would be a couple of days.
No, hunger what?
Pangs.
Is that what it's called?
Hunger pangs?
Yeah. I always thought it was hunger pains.
Well, it's probably either or, but pang, like a sharp pain.
Oh, I've never, in all these years.
A sharp pang. Well, I don't think anybody's
35 years on this planet. No idea it was called pangs.
Well, pains isn't wrong, but I just say hunger pangs. So, listen, you got to live your life, right? You do whatever you want to do.
Don't say that because I'm going to let this fart go.
I don't care.
No, do whatever you want to do. I won't do that to you, man. I'm not that rude. I won't even do it in front of my wife.
I understand.
Blow farts in front of you?
Well, now that I'm your work wife.
That's true.
It's probably a better way to rephrase that, but nevertheless.
Probably. Work spouse.
There you go. Uh-huh.
My heterosexual life partner.
Yeah. Anywho, Parma Tavern tonight with Bud Light, and looking forward to it.
Hey, Alan, Rob, and Kat. It is Sarah in Niles, Ohio. Just checking in to say, of course, Brian sent you over 20 messages this morning because it's National Brian Day. So happy Brian Day to Brian who sings weird things and any other Brian out there.
It is National Brian Day.
Is it just me or does she have a great broadcasting voice?
I didn't even notice.
I don't know. I didn't notice either.
Yeah, it kind of sounded like she was.
Hey, Alan, Rob, and Kat. It is Sarah in Niles, Ohio. Just checking in to say, of course, Brian.
Well, she's definitely close to the mic on her phone there.
Totally.
I
don't know why you'd say that. I think she sounds perfectly fine.
I mean, again, not an unpleasant voice. We get a lot of people with pleasant voices.
Yeah, she has a nice...
She has good cadence, other than...
National Brian Day is March 6th. Dedicated to honoring all the wonderful people named Brian. You think, I bet he didn't even know that.
Wow, it actually is.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's National Brian Day. And there are places that, they'll be like, hey, come on in. We'll give you a free beer if your name's Brian. Show us your ID or whatever. I don't know that the Parma Tavern is doing that. But, again, Brian did leave me after a couple of days of nothing. You want to talk about hunger pangs? He felt nothing for 48 hours, and then he left me about 24 voicemails between 4 and 7 a.m. this morning. So I'm going through them. And, again, it's a real melange, if you will, of you spin the wheel and you might get him with some non sequitur like this.
I'm giving up oxygen for Lent.
Yeah, he's cracking himself up. He's giving up oxygen for Lent. It is funny when people remind me of Lent. I grew up hardcore Catholic, and so your life, at least mine and my family, I went to Catholic school K through 12. Your life was so ruled by whatever the church calendar was. You just got done with Advent at Christmas, and then you're going into Easter and Lent and all this. And as an adult, those things are so not on my radar. I don't know when Easter is. I don't care, And so people are like, oh, it's Lent. I just remember the agonizing as a kid over what we were going to give up for Lent. It was all anybody told. What are you going to give up for Lent? I don't know. Like 1 year, I was always like trying to impress my parents or something. So like 1 year, I gave up TV for Lent.
Oh,
wow.
Why would you do that?
Okay, well, first of all, we didn't have cable, so it was no big, I like TV, but I'm watching Hardcastle and McCormick or whatever, But it was like, I didn't get any, friends of mine that were like, I gave up candy for Lent. You could do that. We didn't have any of that stuff. I didn't get anything like that. So I'm like, oh, I guess I had to pivot to giving up stuff that was like really hard to give up.
I'm going to give up molasses on my pancakes.
Right. I'm going to give up, I don't know, eating parsley. And my mom would always tell us, she goes, you can't give up. I know what you're doing. You're going to give up. You can't give up giving up stuff. Every Catholic parent thinks they get, they see what you're doing. Lent. Ugh. People still do it. There's still people walking around, yesterday they were walking around with the ashes on their forehead. That's fine. I put in my time back in the day. I don't even do it anymore. I don't know when this... Did you do that, Kat?
No, I never did.
You didn't, but you're Jesus-y.
Yeah,
you're
but
Christian.
I'm not Catholic, yeah.
No, but Seventh-day Adventists don't do Ash Wednesday and all that stuff?
No, definitely not.
They don't celebrate
only
Easter?
Catholics, really.
Oh, is that true?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I thought Lutherans
I know,
did.
we celebrate Easter, but like...
you don't do the
Lent,
ashes.
Ash Wednesday, yeah, all of that is Catholic.
Okay. Well, that was all I knew. So anytime you saw somebody with the ash on their forehead, you're like, oh, they're kind of...
I remember when I was younger, I didn't know what that was, and I think I told somebody, you're a little dirty.
Yeah, right.
Dang it.
Well, they also used to get mad if you wipe it off, too. Like if you were somebody that had to be somewhere. You're like, oh, you got to keep it on. I'm like, come on. I was in Catholic school, so we're all walking around with it. But when you're out there in the wild, it's like, you're giving the other guy the Jeep wave because you got ash on your forehead.
That's funny.
But it's like just not on my radar anymore. So when he leaves a thing, says I'm giving up oxygen for Lent, of course he's being cheeky, but I'm like, oh, right. It was Fat Tuesday. And then yesterday was Ash Wednesday. And then blah, blah, blah.
We still do some of it in my house. We do, we won't eat meat on Fridays. We didn't eat meat yesterday, hence the sushi last night.
Yeah, listen.
We do little parts of it.
Do what you want to do. I mean,
I haven't gone to church in 5 years, but we like.
Well,
there's
then why
little
do
things, I don't know.
That's what I'm saying. Like, why do the little things?
The kids always got into the giving up something.
Yeah,
because I think it's a 40-day test too.
We had to do these for Catholic school. We had to do these during Lent. It was the little rice bowls where you were supposed to generate donations for kids overseas or something, and it was this little cardboard thing that you would fold into a bowl. And then over the course of Lent, you'd put like spare change in there and all these things.
See, that's actually
nonsense.
But
no, that's
in theory,
fine.
That's what's good about religion, right?
Yes, that's fine. You're giving it to the Catholic charities or whatever, provided it's going where it's
helping.
supposed to go.
Right. I mean, helping others. That's why there should be one religion that literally the only
the
thing
Rosicrucians.
Is don't be an a-hole.
Oh.
That's pretty much it. Nothing else to worry about. Treat everybody the way you want to be treated. Amen.
Even Google gave up on "Don't Be Evil."
Yeah.
So we're in a whole different time frame now. But yeah, it's so strange. The things that like were so drilled into me and so important in my formative years are so like not even on my brain anymore.
That's got to be freeing, though.
Well, yeah, it takes you a long time to kind of, and you're still never like fully deprogrammed, but at least the calendar stuff. Because I was an altar boy too. So it was like I was doing the Stations of the Cross, and I'm doing the Mass, and my mom was already taking us every morning. And then on the weekends, I'm getting up on a Saturday to altar boy Mass at 7 in the morning. So, people wonder why I'm a jag-off as an adult. But anyway, Brian's giving up oxygen for Lent.
I'm giving up oxygen for Lent.
Yeah. On National Brian Day. Congratulations to him.
Brian.
This guy, Matt Farley, he is the guy who sings your name over and over again. So he does a whole lot of names. My favorite part is he does 2 different Brian songs for 2 different spellings of Brian. B-R-Y-A-N. I opted for B-R-I-A-N. I don't know that there's a Cat song. I know there's a Rob song. I don't know that I've ever played the Rob song. But, the Rob song. There it is.
Brian.
I was going to say, that still sounds like Brian.
Rob.
I mean, you never deviate. The melody is always the same.
R.O.B. Rob.
Yeah, R.O.B. Rob.
R.O.B. Rob.
Yeah.
Rob.
I mean, listen, you see where it's going.
Started sounding like Rub.
Uh-huh.
He was saying it so fast. Rub. Oh.
He wants to rub you.
Sure does.
I've got Sonic Temple tickets. This is May 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th. Wasn't always 4 days, but it is now. And it's down there at Crew Stadium in Columbus. 100-plus bands. The headliners. Metallica is doing their 2-night, no-repeat weekend. They've been doing this M72 tour. They're bringing that to Sonic Temple. Rob Zombie and Alice Cooper and Alice in Chains. If you're a fan of bands with Alice in the name, you're going to be set up. And like I said, 100-plus more bands. Mastodon, Sonic Temple Art and Music Festival down there in Columbus. SonicTempleFestival.com for the tickets. 4-day GA weekend stadium passes for the whole thing. Caller 10. These are yours. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
This is the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have. audio equivalent of that bumper sticker that says,
I'd rather be driving.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Saw a werewolf with a Chinese menu in his hand, walking through the streets of Soho in the rain. He was looking for the place called Lee Ho Fooks, gonna get a big dish of beef chow mein. Ahoo, werewolves of London.
We're getting another one of these blood moons. I feel like we get them so frequently that it's maybe not that big of a deal, but I think they're cool, man. A total lunar eclipse. This is next weekend. This weekend, of course, daylight saving time starts, so we lose that hour on Sunday. But next Friday and Saturday, the total lunar eclipse. It'll last a little over an hour. And you get that deep red. You know, so for those of you who, when this happens, you start thumbing through your Bible, be on the lookout. The total lunar eclipse. You can take your partial lunar eclipses and stick them where the sun literally don't shine. It's the total lunar eclipse for this guy. And yes, fine, I do believe in werewolves. What do you want from me? I don't believe in much, but I believe in werewolves. It just looks like fun. Alan, I think you have a condition called AFRID. I do not have AFRID. It's like a, you know, when I talk about how I'm never hungry, people go, you have an eating disorder. AFRID is like when you actively limit your food intake. That's not what I do. I'm never hungry. I eat for maintenance. It is not a food disorder. I eat for maintenance.
Isn't that a nasal spray?
That's Afrin.
Oh, all right.
No, if I'm remembering correctly, AFRID or AFID or whatever it is like when people, they have like I think the A is aversion. They have an aversion to food. I don't have an aversion to food. I love food. It's just that I'm not hungry. So
Isn't that the lead
I
actress?
eat at regular intervals. It's just not much.
It's not the lead actress on A Handmaid's Tale?
That's Elizabeth Moss.
Yeah, but what's her character?
Of Fred?
No, Astrid, I think.
Oh, I didn't watch the show. Kat, did you watch The Handmaid's Tale? I mean, they're trying to make us live it.
I've only seen clips of it.
All right. You never read the book or anything like that?
No.
All right.
I read the book.
Yeah.
And then I watched the show. I gave up on it after a couple of seasons, though. It was okay.
I find
it's heavy.
It's what?
It's heavy.
Yeah, that's one way to put it.
It's not my first choice.
Yeah, okay. Do you want to curl up with a good book?
Time, yeah.
Yeah. All right.
You don't love a good dystopian society story?
I'd rather watch like Vikings or like something like, I don't know, if I'm going that route.
Now that's an old man thing, is watching Viking shows. Cat's an old man. How about that?
Are you like a Game of Thrones person? Did you like that show?
I actually haven't watched that, but I need to get into it.
What do you watch?
She's watching
What have
RuPaul's
you
Drag
watched?
Race.
Oh, no, actually, I don't watch that.
I know you don't do favorites, so I can't say what was your favorite series.
I mean, I've watched a lot of the same types of shows everybody watches, like Breaking Bad. I mean, it kind of just depends on the year.
Sopranos?
Yeah, I love that kind of stuff because I love mafia stuff and,
There we go.
and organized crime.
Another layer of the onion, Alan.
Well, are you watching shows that your parents watch?
No. I don't care what they watch.
Wow. She took it an extra step.
Mm-hmm.
I just said, oh, you watch
They don't really watch like they don't watch like fantasy stuff like that often, like nonfiction, you know? I feel like they think it's a waste of time.
They think it's frivolous.
Yeah, and it's so annoying because, you know, that's what makes life enjoyable sometimes. So.
Watching tooth extraction videos on YouTube.
Oh, I know. My dad literally has watched things like that on YouTube.
See?
He's like, why are you watching frivolous things like that? You should be watching
Where is Holocaust documentary I sent you?
You should be studying.
You should be studying Holocaust documentary I sent you. But why are you watching they play with the thrones? You should be watching.
Go make some money.
Go make money. You're my daughter. Go make money. Stop watching your handmaids breaking beds.
I'll tell you what, I was reading this thing, and they said that
Girl dads?
Girl dads, thank you.
Oh
I'm
my
like,
God.
I'm like, dad daughters didn't sound right. The hell is a dad daughter? No, okay, so National Sons Day. You know, we're talking about that girl called in and goes, Brian popped up because today's National Brian Day. National Sons Day was this week. It was Tuesday. I posted a thing with my son. National Daughters Day, every year, is September the 25th. Now, for some people, apparently that's not enough because there's also a National Sons and Daughters Day, which is August the 11th. But I was reading a thing that said that fathers of girls live longer. There was a research done at some university in Poland, and they did this wide-ranging study, big sample size, of the effects of childbirth on fathers' lifespans. And that the total number of children or the number of sons had no impact on fathers' lifespans. But if they had daughters, it said, now again, this is just data that they extrapolate, obviously, but they said that fathers of daughters tend to live longer lives. And the more daughters a father has, the longer he is likely to live.
It's a very simple explanation.
Yeah, I'll tell you what it is. You tell me.
You tell.
I believe
see if it's the same thing.
We live longer to make sure that no son of a bitch is going to sully her reputation or defile her. We got to hang on, standing by the front door on prom night with a shotgun.
I was going to say because daughters will take care of their dads forever. As long as I'm around, one of them will take care of me and make sure I'm okay. I know that.
Yeah.
Whereas sons, if I had sons, they'd be like, okay, whatever, go to the home.
My dad mentioned this too. He's like, I'm glad that I've had daughters because they come up to me and kiss me every day and they like show me love and like, you know, kind of lifts your spirits, which, you know, sons don't always do that because they're men. But he really enjoyed having daughters. For
yeah,
that
but he
reason.
doesn't know what sons do.
Well, exactly. That's
Right.
a good point.
I never had sons. I begged your mother to give me sons. All kinds of tricks. We read books. More likely to have a boy with doggy style. We tried doggy. No luck.
I was supposed to be the son.
You were supposed to be. We did doggy, and you were born. We thought you were the son. You were not son. You are the most disappointing son I've had, Katarina.
Nothing new here.
So happy to have daughters. They will all take care of me.
Dr. Spock is just full of crap, isn't he?
Bury me in flowers. That's right. I had no sons. My namesake bloodline dies here.
You're right. It does. Dang it.
Well, you do have...
I actually thought about not changing my last name, but...
What's our last name again?
Brankov.
Brankov. It's a good, strong name.
Yeah.
Brankov.
Gotta roll the R's.
Brankov. It is Serbian for truck. Good, strong name. Brankov. It is bad guy from Die Hard.
All right, listen. It's well, listen. I have two daughters, and I don't know how long I will live. It's hard to say.
One of the two will take care of you. I'm telling you, man.
I don't want to be a burden to any of my children.
It's not a burden. The girls will always be there for their dads. Although I've said to my kids,
I've known plenty of girls who hated their dads.
Well, okay.
Now that's more on the dad than them, I think. But
course.
still, it's
treat people as well as you want to be treated.
I know. I will say this. When I was really worried, because I have one of each, I have a son and I have a daughter with my first wife. I was worried when Gwen got pregnant because I was like, well, one of my kids will not be the only one again. Or you know what I mean? I will either have two sons or two daughters. And I felt like, I don't think either of them would have cared really, but I felt for whatever reason that my son might have taken it a little harder. So I was actually kind of glad I had another daughter because I don't know. I don't know why I felt like that.
Your Catholic guilt is strong, man.
You think so?
Oh, yeah.
What's that got to do with it?
Because I think, like, you overthink everything. Like, that, to go deep into that, like, that's you finding, like, guilt in I might make one of them the only sex of my children.
I don't know.
I'm telling you, man.
Maybe.
It's what it is.
Again, it's on me. I don't think they would have cared. But, yeah, I got no problem with having 2 girls. It's great. I'm terrified, of course, but, you know.
I wanted a boy for my first, and I was like, all right, I need to have a boy. I got to carry on my family. You name your firstborn after your grandfather. So I was going to have a Vincent, and I'm going to raise this strong boy. And then I had Caitlin.
Yeah.
Or Melissa had Caitlin. And then when I found out she was, I hate that so much. When I found out she was pregnant, I hoped that we had a girl for the second one. I didn't care about having a boy anymore because I knew how to raise a girl because they're almost 4 years apart to the day.
Well, the energy is different, too.
Totally.
But also, like, I've known a couple of people who really wanted a boy. And the danger you run into is if you keep having them, hoping that you get one, and he ended up with 5 girls. And I was like, wow. I mean, now he couldn't be happier, of course. But you go down that road because you're trying to get a boy. Because everybody goes, oh, I don't care as long as they're happy and healthy. But then you end up with 5 girls because you kept knocking your wife up because you wanted a boy.
That's why my grandfather had 9 siblings.
Yeah.
He had the firstborn, him and, this is the crazy thing.
Yeah, but back then, weren't they just trying to get people to work the fields?
No, this was 1921, and they grew up. They were in Springfield, Massachusetts. There was no fields to work. So
it's called Springfield, Rob.
Yeah.
There had to have been at some point.
Go through there sometime. Check it out. There's no fields. It's a fantastic water treatment plant. But my grandfather
had concrete jungle.
The firstborn son died, so that he was named Vincent. And they literally named my grandfather Vincent when he came along, but he came along 4 kids later.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, okay, we're going to have more boys. So they had 2 other boys, and they had, I think, 5 girls total.
Well, Kat has 2 sisters.
Yep.
Both of whom, by her own admission, are making her father very happy. Jury's still out on her. She got to get out. You got to get out into the world. And you have. You've gotten out into the world.
The travel, the schooling, now broadcaster.
Don't be so frivolous.
Oh, that's all I got. You know who else died, by the way? David Hasselhoff's ex-wife shot herself in the head.
Wow.
If you go back to the Baywatch days with David Hasselhoff, he was married to this woman for a long, long time. They've got 2 grown daughters. I think her name was Pamela Bach. Yeah, she was Pamela Bach Hasselhoff for a long, long time. I don't think she ever dropped his name. They've been divorced for 15, 20 years, something like that. I think he remarried. But back in the day when he was a big deal, I know he's, still a big deal to some people and in Germany. But, in the Baywatch Knight Rider days, I think they were married for a long, long time. Pamela Bach Hasselhoff. They found her with a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head at her home in L.A. about 10 o'clock last night. And they pronounced her dead at the scene.
Safe to say she couldn't handle the Hoff?
WMMS Rob on your social media accounts. Yeah.
Thank you.
So, so he put out a statement. He's like, oh, we're deeply saddened, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, they've got 2 girls, 2 daughters in their mid-30s. And that's pretty wild. He met her on the set of Knight Rider. However, at the time, he was married to his first wife. And so this was his second wife. He divorced his wife, and he married her the same year. This is not a guy who had time to waste. He's like, hey, I'm Michael Knight. I'm going to be a lifeguard. I'm going to need somebody who's going to have to help me suck it in every day on camera.
This chest hair ain't going to rub itself.
That's right. This burger ain't going to eat itself on the floor.
It's the best video ever. I love you.
And so they married in 89 and divorced in 06. Yeah, so they've been divorced like 20 years. And there were restraining orders along the way, because Hasselhoff liked to drink. And so it was one of these things where they were like, this guy would come home drunk and he'd fall all over the place, like when he was on the floor eating that hamburger. And then he married some girl a few years ago. He married some girl who is 28 years younger than he is. Because if you can, you should. And she asked for his autograph in the lobby, and that's all it took. He said, all right, as long as you give me your phone number. And but his ex-wife, this girl who killed herself, they don't think she ever remarried. So that would make you feel weird. Like if listen, I had, one of my, I've told this story, one of my girlfriend in college killed herself. But it would be weird if like an ex-spouse, someone with whom you had children, killed herself.
Was that while you were dating?
Yes.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
That's horrible.
Yeah, it is. But yeah, David Hasselhoff's ex-wife. And again, back in the day, like she was as well known as he was. I think she was probably an actress of some stripe. Alan, I had a high school football coach who gave up at 4 girls. If I was married to David Hasselhoff, I would have shot myself too, this person says. Her birthday was yesterday. Oh, is that true? She killed herself on her birthday?
Wow.
Oh, boy. Well, it saves on the engraving. Date. A couple of years.
Yes. Uh-huh. Alan, this is going back a bit, I found a pizza near me, New Haven style. Can Rob ID for me the definitive version to order? Is there one?
Yes.
A definitive version. We're talking about, here are the toppings that make the New Haven a pizza.
Technically, it doesn't even need a topping.
Oh.
If you do it right, it's just cheese.
Just cheese? What are you, a communist?
No.
Just cheese? I don't understand
You
people
put
that order
toppings on
cheese pizza.
You put toppings on pizza to hide the fact that you're not using good sauce and good cheese.
So
you load it up with
toppings on cheese pizza.
What kind of toppings do you like?
I just, this is the other thing. Like a neighbor of mine, a couple doors down, this guy spent what had to be a lot of money summer before last. He had construction guys in the back, and they were probably doing a deck too. But the centerpiece was he was building one of these giant brick pizza ovens. I do not understand this obsession with making your own pizza. Newsflash, tons of places know exactly what they're doing and will make them for you. Fun.
It is.
That's a huge investment for a little fun.
Well, I mean, you can buy pizza ovens. I mean, this guy was way into it. You know what I mean? Not everybody's building one of those. But just the notion of like, I'm going to make my own pizza. What am I, 5?
God.
I'm giving Rob a run for his money on the,
on
the cranky today.
And you're diving in on pizza of all things.
Making your own is what I'm saying.
God. Oh, no, God damn it, no cheese. You got to put toppings on it, you moron.
Yeah, I don't understand people go, I'll just have cheese.
Yeah,
What?
because again, that's all a good pizza needs.
Then go get a bagel and put some cheese on
now
a
you're just being
cheese
ridiculous.
pizza.
A bagel.
All right, okay, well, then let's go next level. This person was probably not looking for a cheese pizza.
All
so is it dealer's choice from there, or is there like if you're going to put something on it, here's what you would put?
I think, again, I don't hate toppings. I'm goofy.
See, I'm a pepperoni and green pepper guy. I used to be pepperoni and green olive, but a lot of places stopped doing green olive. So I pivoted to green pepper.
Do you like the peppers on raw and they cook on the pizza, or do you like them cooked?
I don't care. Usually they come cooked. I mean,
right.
yeah, I don't care. But I like sometimes like if you get the banana peppers, that's good too.
Yeah.
People will fight to the death over pineapple. I don't mind that. It's okay.
I think you usually want to, again, if it's just me and I'm trying a new place or whatever, and I'm going to have something with a topping, I'm going to have something that is not going to mask the flavor of the pizza. So I'll have them do mushrooms. Or
yeah,
I'll
but
have
but aren't the toppings the flavor of the pizza?
No,
I mean
that's what I'm trying to tell you.
mushrooms make everything taste like mushrooms. I can't stand mushrooms.
I like mushrooms.
This is like the first time I'm actually happy I can't see you.
Yeah, but I'm right. It makes everything taste like mushrooms.
No, it does not. Do you like, have you ever had chicken marsala? Do you like that?
No.
Doesn't taste like mushrooms at all. It tastes like marsala wine.
All right. I don't,
Combination pizzas are fantastic. I like veggie pizzas. I will do that.
So when you order one, you go,
"Hey, it's the Clit Rattler. I'd like to put in an order for pickup, please."
Yeah.
You order just cheese?
It depends on where I'm ordering from. If I'm home and I can order at Sally's, yes, I'm ordering a cheese pizza. If I can go to any of those style of pizza places, yes, I'm getting a cheese pizza.
Is that because they make it like a little toasty, like a little,
It's
right?
crispy, but the sauces are fantastic. You're
All right.
supposed to taste that tomato flavor. That's why they call them mozzarella pies. I got to teach you stuff, man. Jesus.
Listen, I'm eternally student, man. I'm always willing
Just
to
put
learn
ketchup
things.
on it if you're going to put all those toppings on it.
In Serbia, they eat pizza with ketchup. It's kind of like really weird if you think about it, and I haven't had it in years, but
Well, they can't grow tomatoes? I mean,
no, they
probably having the ketchup shipped in.
It's still like regular pizza, but for some reason, they learned to put ketchup and other sauces on it. I know it sounds gross, but it's actually pretty good.
Is that the actual base? Like on the
No,
bottom of the...
it's like they put it on top, so it's still like regular pizza. It's just some people choose to put ketchup on the pizza.
Okay. I mean, I can't... That's, to me, that's putting any sauce or any topping on a pizza. It's no different. It's just random that it's ketchup.
It's super random.
But there's people that put honey on pizza. There's people that put pesto on pizza.
Hot honey is so good on pizza. When it's the right type of pizza, like pepperoni or...
That's
I
like
can see the wheels turning on Alan.
No. Hot honey is good, but it's like the topping of the moment.
Yeah,
so
you're
like
right.
everybody's putting it on, and half the time it's like it's hard to get right. A lot of times it's like way too sweet, way too much honey. You know. Alan, grow the F up. Mushrooms are awesome.
See?
Yeah, sir or madam, do you eat anything else out of your yard? Mushrooms are awesome. Give me a break. I know people like mushrooms. I just don't. It's fine. We go eat something growing randomly in the front of my house. Put it on a pizza.
You don't eat those. Those are the ones that'll kill you. I found this beautiful mushroom growing in a dog turd, so I decided to eat it.
They're not going to kill you.
Oh, God. Stick with me. I'll teach you some stuff. Next time I make pizza, I'll bring you some.
Hey!
But only a slice, because I think you can only do one at a time.
You want a pizza me?
Yeah.
Pizza me.
Hello, I'd like a large with extra ketchup, please.
You just love yucking everybody's yums, don't you?
No, I don't. I want people to do what they want to do. But don't tell me to grow up because I don't like mushrooms.
Mushrooms are terrible. How could you eat that? That's the epitome of yucking somebody's yum.
I don't like them. I cannot like mushrooms.
Of course you can.
Well.
There's mushroom for debate.
Oh, God. You know what?
Oh, Katarina!
You are no longer my daughter. I disown you.
That joke did it.
You are disappointing son.
That was straw that broke camel's back.
Straw, you are no longer worthy to bear the name of truck.
All right, listen. I gotta take a break. Thank Christ. Okay, listen. Everybody, I want everybody to be happy, eat what they want to eat. Let me take a break. 35192 if you want to send a text. If you want to watch, you can. Find the Alan Cox Show YouTube channel, and you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show.
100.7 WMMS.
To compete in this tournament, it'll take a lot of balls and not very big ones. The Buzzard and Bud Light are bringing a mini hoops challenge to bars across Northeast Ohio. It's your shot to win a trip to Vegas, where you'll battle to win $10,000 in the finals.
Hey, it's Alan. Join me tonight from 7 to 9 at Parma Tavern on Broadview Road.
See the full list of locations at WMMS.com.
Shop uncompromising quality at reliable prices at your local Giant Eagle with everyday savings.
Hey, you can hurry into your local McDonald's restaurant to enjoy 2 Filet-O-Fish sandwiches for only $6. I won't lie, Filet-O-Fish is always my go-to. Filet-O-Fish is no joke. The steamed buns, the tangy tartar sauce, flaky inside, crispy outside. Yum! Makes it a lot easier when you order on the app. They prep your meal when you're on the way in, so all you do is pull up, use the app, and you get incredible savings every single day. 2 Filet-O-Fish for only $6. The deal is available for a limited time only, so hurry into McDonald's. Prices and participation may vary.
This season, a new hot deal has arrived at Metro. $25 a line for 4 lines with all the data you need and 4 free Samsung Galaxy A15 5G phones. Getting Metro's best deals is easy. No ID required, no activation fees. Get a new number or keep your own. It's up to you. That's 4 lines for $25 a line, plus 4 free phones. Visit a store or go online today. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
When you join Metro Plus Tax, for a limited time and subject to change. Max 1 offer per account.
We're in Raising Cane's with the man that started it all.
Wait, are you the Yes Chef guy?
We got chicken fingers, crinkle cut fries, Texas toast, and their world famous cane sauce. Could shed a tear right now.
Raising Cane's chicken fingers, one love.
If you feel like owning a home is out of reach, Rocket is here to give you back the keys. Because they believe everyone deserves a shot at the American dream. Own the dream. Visit Rocket.com or call 800-4ROCKET.
And Doug. Quickly, Moo. We don't have much time. This Liberty ad is already almost over. We only have a few precious seconds to remind people to customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Okay. Well, I guess we had more time than I thought.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Hey, it's Rob. It's tax season, and Boost Mobile wants to turn your tax refund into 6 months of savings. When you buy 6 months on their best unlimited plans, Boost will give you another 6 months for free. Now, I'm no accountant, but that seems like a really good deal. And I'm not done yet. Visit a Boost Mobile store during tax season and enter to win up to $10,000 to double your refund. So head to your nearest Boost Mobile store now, and I'll go back to my day job. Requires upfront payment, taxes and fees extra. Terms and exclusions apply. Visit boostmobile.com for full offer terms and sweeps details.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
What makes Mr. Hero so special? For starters, we've been a staple right here in Northeast Ohio for almost 60 years. The taste and quality of our food has customers hooked. Oh, and of course, the Roman Burger.
I crave the hero.
Action-packed excitement returns to Rocket Arena. The 2025 Mid-American Conference Basketball Tournament, presented by Credit Union One, returns March 12th through the 15th. Pulses will rise and hearts will race as the men and women of the MAC put it all on the line. Tickets are on sale now at rocketarena.com. MAC Tournament Basketball. Be there!
At Meijer, we work hard to bring more of the good life to your life, so you can bring home more perfectly plump and flavorful produce picked for precise freshness, beautifully marbled beyond brag-worthy certified Angus beef, and more must-have money-saving M-Perks rewards. Because saving more on local favorites is good, but bringing home more of what you love in every trip, that's the good life. We do more to make life a good deal better at Meijer.
At Petitti's.
Hi, I'm AJ Petiti. Spring is in the air at Petiti Garden Centers, and it's time to wake up the lawn with Scott's 4-Step. Pick up your Scott's 4-Step program at Petiti's and receive a free $20 Petiti gift card plus a mail-in rebate. It's also a great time to shop our spring patio furniture collections, available now at 40% off plus free setup and delivery. We're also hiring at all locations. View all available positions at PetitiGardenCenter.com and apply online today. Petiti's, we're locally grown and family-owned since 1971.
Have you found your new favorite feature on the iHeartRadio app yet?
Presets and lyrics.
This is so good.
I've been telling all my friends.
Wait, you guys aren't using this yet?
You're missing out.
Get in on what everyone's talking about and get the new and improved free iHeartRadio app today.
iHeartRadio.
There are lots of reasons to get excited for spring. Warmer weather, get-togethers, and now new spring arrivals from your favorite brands at Macy's. Even more exciting, refresh your beauty routine at our Buy More, Save More event. Pick up new skincare, makeup, and fragrances from Estee Lauder, Valentino, MAC, and more. And save $30 with every $150 you spend. The more you spend, the more you save. Don't wait. Beauty deals this good won't last long. Hurry into Macy's today. Savings off regular price beauty and fragrance. Exclusions apply.
For a limited time at Verizon, you can get our best price ever for a single line. Just $45 per month when you bring your phone, which is less than you spend on Too Tired to Cook takeout every week. Get one line on Unlimited Welcome for $45 per month with autopay plus taxes and fees. Visit your local Cleveland Verizon store by April 2nd to save. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on Unlimited Welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Additional terms apply.
Hey there, it's Alan for Window Nation. Winters in Northeast Ohio are long. March doesn't mean summer yet. And if any of that cold weather has come through your windows, you need Window Nation. I've got them in a Casa Cox. I love them. Energy efficient, expertly installed windows. Right now, Window Nation will give you 2 free windows for every 2 you buy, plus 0 down and no payments or interest for 2 years. Start at windownation.com and get a free in-home consultation, or call 866-90-NATION. Window Nation, a proud partner of the Cleveland Cavaliers. Want to redo your whole home of Window Nation windows? They'll throw some Cavs tickets in. 866-90-NATION or windownation.com.
Traffic. From the Elk and Elk Traffic Center, if you were injured on the job, call the attorneys at Elk and Elk, 1-800-ELK, Ohio. Car into a pole, London Road at Euclid Avenue, police on scene there. An accident reported Chagrin Boulevard east of Warrensville Center Road at Colton Road and Shaker Heights. In Maple Heights, a wreck at Lee Road and Turney Road. In Geauga County, crash cleanup at Clay Street and Hart Road. In Richfield, Route 303 now open 1 day early between 271 and Riverview Road. Jackie Robertson, the Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Levin Furniture and Mattress.
For 4 days only at Levin, get 4 times the sales tax discount and 5-year special financing with no money down at Levin Furniture and Mattress.
Get ready for the biggest night in podcasting.
The iHeart Podcast Award goes to...
Join us for our 2025 iHeart Podcast Awards, live from Austin, Texas at South by Southwest.
Celebrating the most innovative and influential voices in the podcasting world.
Push boundaries.
Sit down with amazing guests every week.
And engage audiences in new, remarkable ways.
From true crime mysteries to breaking news, health and wellness, hilarious conversations, and so much more. We'll celebrate the best of the best.
You hear these stories, get educated, learn more, spread the word.
Continuing to push boundaries in new, remarkable ways.
Don't miss our 2025 iHeart Podcast Awards.
Watch on iHeartRadio's YouTube channel and listen on the iHeart app.
Monday night at 11.
From the all-new Avon Lake Chrysler Studios, we say yes.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS. Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
It's called the cellular phone, and it's being heralded as a revolution in technology.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
I got those Ghost tickets for you in about a half an hour, by the way. If you're a big fan of Ghost, they're doing the Rocket Arena mid-July, I think is when that's happening. They announced the brand new album. It's called Skeleton. And they introduced a new Papa. July 17th, that's a Thursday night over at the Nomo Fijo. Go to rocketarena.com. Boy, I hate saying Rocket Arena.
Romo Fijo.
Yeah, that feels... I am dragging that along, but they've really painted me into a corner. They've really forced this upon me. And,
Don't put baby
whatever.
in a corner.
I'm sorry?
Don't put baby in a corner.
I'll put Papa in a corner.
Papa.
The Skeleton World Tour, yeah. So, Ghost. The new song is called Satanized. And if you're a Ghost fan, it's probably a line drive down the middle of what you like from those guys. But the tickets are on sale, and I will have another pair for you in about a half an hour. Cavs win last night. It was close, 112-107 over the Miami Heat here at home. They're off tonight. Tomorrow night they'll be in Charlotte to play the Hornets, and then Sunday night in Milwaukee to play the Bucks. Of course, you'll hear it all here on MMS and on the iHeartRadio app. You can listen there. Tonight we will be at the Parma Tavern. I'm doing these appearances all month with Bud Light, the March Mini Hoops Tournament. If you're going to pop a shot, you got a good arm, you should come out because you could get to Vegas and ultimately maybe win $10,000. So if you have any skill with this game, you should absolutely get to at least one of these appearances. I've got the schedule for you at WMMS.com. Get to the contest page, see the whole thing there. But I'll be at the Parma Tavern tonight starting at 7. Rob and Kat are going to pop by 2. I'll be out tomorrow night at Burgers to Beer in Solon, and then Saturday night I'll be out at the Basement in Sagamore Hills. I think that Saturday's a little earlier for some reason. It's like 6 to 8 or 6:30 to 8:30 or something like that. But anyway, there's still a handful of these left. So if you're any good at Pop-A-Shot, you should really try to get out and test your mettle, as it were. What else? LeBron James, I guess, the first player to get to 50,000 points. I can't imagine that is a record that's going to be broken anytime soon, if ever. A 50,000 point record there with La Lakers. 50,000 combined points in the regular season and postseason.
Yeah, that's not getting broken.
Probably not, right?
I cannot imagine a situation where that gets broken.
Yeah. The Lakers beat the Pelicans the other night 136-115, and they were showing they were showing all the celebrities that were courtside. It is L.A. They were showing all the celebrities courtside because they figured that was the night where he was going to get 50,000 points. There's like DiCaprio is on the sitting courtside. All kinds of fun stuff. But I don't know if a lot of people know this. He's from Akron, Ohio.
Is he?
Yeah.
No.
This is a guy that this Northeast Ohio claims as their own. Because, yeah, he's from Akron, Ohio.
I have no idea.
Yeah.
All this time I've been here, no clue.
Well, you haven't been here that long. They don't mention it very often.
It's true.
So, yeah, 50,000 points for him. He's 40. I don't think I realized he was 40 yet. He was already the top scorer in NBA history in both the regular season and the playoffs. But again, the Jordan or LeBron arguments still rage on.
It's just such a different sport.
It
It's
really
so
is.
much different.
And again, Jordan's my guy. You know, those championship Bulls. I mean, you know, I grew up with that team, but it's also like I don't feel like I have a dog in that fight. Like, who cares? Very different sport.
Yeah, I think Jordan is everybody of a certain age's guy, right? Like, that's my guy. But, I mean, LeBron, when emotion is out of it and they look at numbers alone, LeBron will be looked at as the better ball player.
That's what I'm saying. Like, if they just go straight data, like, they're going to go, well, this is the guy.
Yeah. It's what Jordan did and what we watched Jordan do that made him who he is.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? LeBron has done it in so many different ways with so many different people, different casts. You know what I mean? Jordan and Pippen was the best 1-2 ever, right? And Pippen says he would have been Pippen without Jordan, and I disagree 100%.
Right.
But,
Yeah.
I mean, LeBron backs it up wherever he goes, right? He's won a championship here. He won a championship in Miami. He's won a championship. Did he win in L.A.? They won one in L.A., didn't he?
I don't know about that. Did they? Okay.
I'm pretty sure he did. I can't remember. But when they look at the records and they look at all the stuff, and none of us are here to have this stupid argument, LeBron will be the better basketball player.
Well, not only that, but by the time a basketball player gets to like their mid to late 30s, people go, well, he's not who he used to be. LeBron pretty much looked like the same guy.
The dude is
at
literally
40.
just ripped. I mean, yoked to this day.
Yeah.
His kid, not so much.
Yeah.
People are really pissed about that whole Bronny thing.
Why is that?
They're just always talking about how he shouldn't be there. He's only there because of LeBron.
Because people don't like Nepo babies.
Yeah, but I feel like that's but people knew this going in. Like,
for sure.
It's the same thing that's happening with Deion Sanders' son.
Yeah, but Deion Sanders' son can back it up.
Well, okay, yeah, he's got the skill.
That kid's got chops.
But again, they're looking at him because he's Deion Sanders' kid. Like,
Yeah, we can't escape it.
I guess. I don't know.
I think he probably, I mean, in all fairness to him, he probably would have been looked at even if he wasn't Deion's kid. That doesn't hurt.
Right.
But the kid, he's for real.
But if LeBron's kid doesn't have the goods, then he's eventually going to get washed out. I mean, it's not...
Without question.
I don't know why people are worried about it. Like, what do you care? That he's playing with his dad? That was the whole plan, that he was going to put him on the team with him so they could play together.
Yes.
That was the plan. So, I don't know who these purists are.
I think it's just people who will look at it and say he should have never worn a real Laker uniform because he doesn't deserve to be in the NBA.
Well, then he won't be in it for very long.
Yeah, and he played his whole life, so it's not like he didn't pay his dues. Like, he
No, a lot of
since he
people
was
play
a
their
kid,
whole
he
lives.
Well, yeah, I mean...
Oh, that's true. I get it.
You know?
Hey, Alan. Hey, Clit Rattler. What's up, Cat? This is Adam from Parma. My wife and I will be coming out tonight to see you guys at the Parma Tavern and shoot some hoops. My question is for Rob. So before Alan and I become assholes and start loading up the jukebox full of Jimmy Buffett, is it better to hear it when you're sober or is it better to hear it when you're drunk? Which could you tolerate it more with? Anyways, hate the show. See you tonight.
Now, see, I can't get on board with that. I'm not the guy that's going to, like, troll you with Jimmy Buffett.
He's like second guessing if he should.
Yeah, I
I
asked Rob to come out to this thing tonight. This is my appearance. I asked Rob to come out because it's be fun. We hang out for a little bit, and
I can very easily just stay on the highway.
This is what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I'm not trying to troll.
I don't care.
And by the way, Parma Tavern's always nuts to butts, so it's like all those other people. It's not like Rob's going to be the only guy in there being driven crazy by Jimmy Buffett.
And again, I've lived 45 years on this planet. And I would say of those 45 years, almost 46, I have probably hated that guy for 35 of those years. So it's not, I've been places when Jimmy Buffett is playing and I don't burn the place down.
Right. You don't start throwing
I'm an adult.
things around the room. Yeah.
I mean,
but you make your distaste known, though.
It's well known. People know, anyone that knows me, and now obviously on a much bigger scale, knows that I wouldn't waste a squirt of pee on Jimmy Buffett if he were on fire.
Right.
But I understand why people dig him. It's fine, to each his own. I just think you're dumb.
Rob will start throwing you around the bar tonight at Parma Tavern if you walk up and start to,
Nope.
Okay.
I am not a violent man, Alan.
Good for you.
I'm also afraid of getting my ass kicked. So that's
by a parrot head?
Yeah, I'm never going to get tough with a parrot head.
Grab him by his Hawaiian shirt. And...
Boy, you are a lot bigger than I thought you were when you were sitting down.
Yeah. Boy, we're going to have to get jumping on this labia roller coaster, our signature drink that we're developing here at the Alan Cox Show, because I was reading a thing today. This was kind of a goof. Somebody sent it to me, I guess, because I mentioned it. They go, hey, this is becoming real. Kraft Heinz is rolling out boozy Crystal Light.
Oh, man, just a couple of days.
Days ago, I said our drink is going to be mostly vodka and Crystal Light.
Avid listeners of the show.
And yeah, Kraft Heinz. Yeah, I'm sure they concocted this overnight.
Yeah, they heard you and they're like, oh, damn it. We can't let this guy beat us to the punch.
That's right. So, they're rolling it out. And well, maybe we'll incorporate that into the thing. I don't know.
Yeah, we definitely got to figure something out. I told you I've been on the gin.
Mm-hmm.
And so now I'm just trying a bunch of different gins because, well, I have time on my hands and I like gin.
Why don't I make you one of my signature cocktails? I think you are going to like. This is mostly entirely vodka and Crystal Light. You know, I call it a Sweaty Betty. Named it after my dear friend, also named Betty, who also happens to sweat like a pig.
Mm. Mm-hmm. So we should probably at least start with the agreement that gin will be the base spirit in this.
Well, that's, again,
I mean, I do
this
like
is
gin.
yours. You dubbed it, so.
I do like gin, but I know a lot of people don't. Again, you're never going to come up with something where 100% of the people like it.
Well, what is that? I mean, vodka's going to be a more accepted spirit. But
I don't care for vodka.
I don't like vodka.
Yeah.
So I think having a signature drink, it should reflect the person that created it.
There you go.
So if it's gin for you, I mean, listen, I know you're a tequila man. We could found it on tequila.
No, I want something that's a little bit more mass appeal. I don't know if gin is that. But nevertheless, what did I say at the beginning of 2025? I'm going to stop deferring to people. I'm going to stop worrying about what the audience might like. And I'm just going to foist it upon them. That's what I've been doing here for 15 years. Does this sound like I've ever taken the audience into consideration? Hells no. But anyway, Crystal Light vodka refreshers are getting ready to hit the market as the lowest calorie ready-to-drink cocktail on the market. Lemonade, wild strawberry, and 3.8% alcohol by volume.
Oh, easy. That's the summer drink right there,
That's
man.
what I'm saying.
Crush
That's
15 of those and you get cut in the lawn.
But every company now is making a boozy version of their other drinks, right? Like I have the boozy Mountain Dew in my garage fridge, and that's a bunch of different flavors with mixed results. I'd still rather go for an OG Dew, but you know, on a hot day when I'm mowing the lawn, I'll grab a boozy Dew. And now they've got the Crystal Light. Your move, Country Time. You mentioned boozy Country Time. You know, because they used to, ad campaigns for Country Time back in the day were very folksy. You know, it'd be a guy sitting on he got a hound dog by his feet, and he's just sitting there on the back porch and looking out into the yard and mixing up a pitcher of Country Time lemonade.
Hey, Mom, bring me another one, would you? Just sitting out here on the porch enjoying the day with old Basset Houndy Joe.
And fill it full of vodka while you're at it. I mean, I figure this is what people do at parties anyway. They're like, hey, what do you got in there? I got some vodka. I got some Crystal Light. All right, pour it into this. So these companies are like, hey, these people have already crowdsourced this for us.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
And then they'll end up, once this sells well, they'll sell the non-alcoholic version.
Well, and they basically...
That's my favorite.
This basically was the tail wagging the dog, because the guy who's the director over at Kraft Heinz or whatever, he's like, this is a natural move for us because there's a lot of people already on social media who are putting Crystal Light into their booze. So it was only a matter of time before we looked at that and said, all right, let's get some, what are the tariffs on aluminum? Because that's going to affect everything. 4-pack of this is going to be $10. That's as of now.
That's not bad.
It'll be 15 in 2 months.
But at 3%, you need way more than a 4-pack. You know what I mean? Like, you're going to buy more of it.
Yeah.
At that point, that's why high noons are the best deal.
I don't care for those.
I don't like them either, but you get hammered on them, and you're going to take it. It doesn't take a lot to do it.
Yeah, that's why bars just crank those out now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hard seltzer. And I don't want boozy water. You know what I mean? Give me something that's...
No, I thought that...
It's why, as much as I love Mountain Dew, I don't ever mix it with booze. Because to me, it doesn't mix well. I'll make a Paloma, make some tequila and squirt.
Oh, is that what you use?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I don't ever mix Mountain Dew with booze. First of all, I'm not going to defile my Mountain Dew that way, all right? It's heresy. But also, I just don't like the taste of it. But if I'm like at a party or something in the summertime and somebody's got like a cooler full of high noons, I'm not a snob. I'm like, yeah, okay, yeah, give me a pineapple or whatever. But it's not like my go-to. Anyway, Crystal Light vodka. We got to get rolling here on our labia roller coaster.
Start
Because
tonight.
Summer is around the corner. Yeah, tonight at the Parma Tavern. I'm going to walk up to the bar. I'm going to name you 3 things. I want you to pour all of them in a glass, and I want you to serve it to me.
And if I don't puke, make me another one.
I want you to take that cheese that you put on Rob's inverse hamburger and then took it off, and I want you to dip that in there.
Rim it.
He has a hint of brie on his hamburger. I want a hint of brie on the rim of my glass. Oh, what is this? It's so refreshing. Well, it's tahine, brie, and malort. Ooh, it's got a kick.
And a fig jam to go alongside it.
Maybe I'm having an allergic reaction. It's making my lips tingle and puff up.
Do you think this place will have malort?
No.
No?
Nope. I'll ask, but I don't believe so. No.
Can you put that on my rider?
Yeah.
Is it too late to add to it?
It is too late. Yes.
All right.
Yes. If we want a nightcap at Porco or something like that, they'll
Okay.
have malort.
All
but
right.
that's in a completely different direction. And
They're probably just doing that for your benefit, too.
I think
You
that
go in
was
there a lot, don't you?
I do. Love it. Yep. I was there when there were 2 people sitting in there.
That's a great spot.
It's
I really like that.
Fantastic.
That was the first bar I went to when I moved here because you were kind enough to invite me to something.
Oh, because we had a big birthday party for Gwen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to break. You got these Ghost tickets here. If you dig this band, they've announced the new album. They've announced their new Papa. And they're coming to the Nomo Fijo, July 17th. It is a Thursday night. Around the corner here, you see Ghost on the Skeletor World Tour. Caller 10, these are yours. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart Flowers wilt. Loved ones pass. Memories fade. But this thing just seems to go on forever. The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
We got our metal show Saturday night, 10 o'clock here on the Buzzard. It's called 2 Hours to Midnight. And it's 120 minutes of this kind of stuff. Ocean's 8 Alaska is this band. Great band. Drummer Chris Turner is a beast. But Saturday night, 10 o'clock, me and Corey Roddick and Pat Butler, we throw together a full 2 hours of nothing but heavy metal in all of its forms. This Saturday night, playing new music from Whitechapel. If you're hip to them, you know what that's going to be. Local music band called Crypt Kicker. Always want to hear local heavy metal, too. A bunch of throwbacks and classics. Go back for some Cold Chamber, some Saxon. New music from Landmarks, Exit Wound. 80s Japanese metal from EZO. And on and on and on. It's going to be a good time. Saturday night, 10 to midnight. It's called 2 Hours to Midnight. When are the Cavs playing on Saturday? Oh, they don't play on Saturday.
Sunday.
Okay, good. Tomorrow and Sunday, next two Cavs games. They got over on the Heat last night. They are the first team in the NBA to secure their playoff berth, but that's no surprise. 112 to 107 last night. Cavs are now 52-10. That is their 12th straight win. Before this win streak, fun fact, they only had 40 wins.
And now?
52. Tomorrow night, 7 o'clock, live from Charlotte, North Carolina. We've got bureau chiefs in Charlotte. We've got Jason. I know Jason right off the top of my head. We've got, who else in Charlotte? Well, we've got two Jasons in Charlotte. I wonder if they know each other. Mike is there. Melissa is there. Charles is there. Did we pick up a new Charles? Wasn't he in the chat room? We were talking about pizzas.
Yeah.
Charles, where's that? Huntington, West Virginia?
Huntington, West Virginia.
Yeah. What did he say? There was a restaurant that would not keep ketchup on the menu and they went out of business?
Said he lives in Huntington, West Virginia. There's a chicken place that refused to have ketchup available. The outcry was so bad in the town that they went out of business. Can you imagine dying on that hill?
Yeah, I wonder why that is. Why would, as a restaurateur, where it's just a cutthroat business as it is, and you go, no ketchup.
It had to just be that, like, you're going to taste my food the way I want you to taste it.
Not only that, imagine an area where people were so, the flip side of that coin, people were so devoted to ketchup that his business faltered.
Well,
I mean, most people would go, oh, okay, BYOK.
Yeah, but if you can go across the street and get the same thing with ketchup and you want ketchup for your fries,
yeah,
get bent.
Oh, not even for fries?
Anything, really.
Just malt vinegar?
Yeah, I think he's like, no ketchup. This is a ketchup-free establishment.
Maybe he was European and it was only mayonnaise for the fries.
Yuck.
I'm not a big ketchup guy, but I got to have it with French fries. When we were over, like we were in Paris or someplace like that, and they have mayonnaise, I'm like, oh, I don't even like mayo to begin with. I'm like, I'm not dipping my fries
I really
in this.
like fry sauce. When I lived in the Pacific Northwest, I learned what that was.
Yeah.
And now I can't go back. I miss it.
Fry sauce is pretty good, but around here it's basically yum-yum sauce.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the same thing?
No, it's not the same. It has a little bit more of a pickly taste to it. Like there's actual like pieces of pickle in it and pickle juice.
So is it the stuff they put on a Big Mac?
It's basically like that
Kinda.
type of
More Worcestershire sauce,
Yeah.
I think. Yeah. But it's essentially like if you were to get, Heinz makes mayo chup. There's a terrible name. It's a kind of a version of that, but you're right. Fry sauce has got a little bit more pickly to it. It's more vinegary kind of. But isn't that also what a lot of people say is Chick-fil-A sauce or cane sauce or whatever? Somebody around here is doing that. And I don't know because I don't eat at either of those places. But Alan, leave it to you to not put booze with the one soda that was made for booze. Mountain Dew.
I don't know. Was Mountain Dew, you think Mountain Dew was made for booze?
No, I don't know that it was. The Mountain Dew, it was called that because it was supposed to be like, the hillbilly moonshine or something. I don't know if they made it for that. Developed Mountain Dew as a mixer. Oh, yeah, okay. Developed as a mixer in the 1940s.
Huh. Never knew that.
Barney and Allie Hartman. They had difficulty in Knoxville obtaining their preferred soda to mix with liquor, preferably whiskey, so they developed their own. It was a 19th century slang term for whiskey, Mountain Dew, and they trademarked it. Okay, there you go. Yeah, although I would also bet that Mountain Dew in 2025 tastes very different than it did in the 1940s. But to your point, yeah, I don't mix it with booze. Micah Medina says it sounds like that restaurateur's stubbornness finally catch up with him.
But
that's a cat joke right there.
But I was going to say, you can throw that with the mushroom joke from earlier.
Yeah, what was that? There's a cat goes,
mushroom.
Mushroom for debate. You son of a bitch. She throws it right in there. Alan, how about tequila, Tabasco, grenadine, and a lime?
One more time?
Wow, there's a lot going on.
Tequila, Tabasco, grenadine, and a lime.
That's gross.
I'll take a virgin one of those, please. Could you just give me Tabasco, grenadine, and Rose's lime juice?
Yummy.
Yummy. One more of those, please. I saw that for the first time ever, the World Cup finals are going to have a halftime show. Your move, Shakira. And it turns out, ironically, it's going to be Weird Al. No, I'm kidding. But I think you can all figure out in what direction this is going. Coldplay's Chris Martin is one of the people who will be producing FIFA's first halftime show. They're pointing out that it has not been confirmed whether or not they will perform. Golly, I'm on the edge of my seat. I wonder if they'll perform.
I can't imagine Chris Martin trying to shove Coldplay into something else.
Yeah.
It's that I Heart House band.
Coldplay's Chris Martin and the band's manager will assist in selecting artists for the show. He's going to pull a Dick Cheney. I'm running the committee to find out who the vice president should be. You know what? I'm going to nominate myself. There it is. So the first FIFA halftime show, the 2026 tournament final, will feature a Super Bowl-style halftime show. Frankly, I can't figure out why they weren't doing this in the first place. I mean, soccer is huge. It's going to be at MetLife Stadium in Jersey on July 19th of next year.
It's probably because no one was asking for it. You know what I mean? Like, the Super Bowl halftime show became a thing. It was like the marching band used to go out.
Yeah, Up With People.
And then it became this. Now, like, I'm
you
guessing...
You mean they're leapfrogging into a Super Bowl type?
I think soccer fans don't care. They're like, okay, cool. This is a chance to go for a whiz, refill a beer, come back, and watch Cristiano Ronaldo play soccer. I
guess, but I'm just saying, like, the FIFA finals, I think, is, like, bigger than the Super Bowl, isn't it?
Oh, like, for sure. For soccer fans, yeah.
Yeah.
But it's, I mean, again, I don't think anybody's begging for halftime entertainment.
Right. Well, I think it's very exciting.
This has been
the Alan Cox Show, pandering to soccer fans.
I love soccer.
It's okay. No, I played as a kid. My daughter played. She was out there like 3 and 4 years old playing soccer. She was killing it.
Yeah, I grew up in it, man. It was huge in my family. My mom owned a women's team.
Your mom owned a women's soccer team?
Yeah. Yep.
What were they called?
The Springfield Sirens.
Wow.
Yep. And they won the they were in the W League, which I think now is the women's.
Your
MLS.
mom owned a soccer team.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Her and a business partner, and I was the stadium announcer. That was where I got my first crack, Alan.
Yeah.
That was
You mean crack cocaine?
Nope. Oh. My first chance at putting a microphone in front of my face at 17 years old.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the... Well, you got to do it, though.
Yeah, no, I could just...
it's not that long. And that's the Springfield Sirens.
Oh, yeah. I was all in, man. That was, it was, my
Talk
first...
about a Nepo baby.
Well, I tried out.
Wow.
I tried out.
You tried out.
I did.
Uh-huh.
I was the best man for the job.
Golly, who's going to get...
Do you hear these pipes? Listen.
Who's going to get the job? This guy or the owner's son?
There is no nepotism with this much talent.
With female
Mr.
soccer.
Cox.
Well, that's true. I'd argue that if I could.
So yeah, prior to that, she worked with a men's soccer team.
You're the
that she
Hal
brought to town.
Steinbrenner of women's soccer.
Women's soccer. Yeah, no, it was the Western Mass Pioneers was the men's team, and then the women's team won the championship in the second rung league. It was the W2 at that time. It was great. It was awesome. I mean, it sounds bigger than it is when I say she owned a soccer team. I mean, it's not like it was you made the Hal Steinbrenner show. Nobody was making any money.
The Springfield Sirens.
Yeah, you look it up.
Yeah, it's
now I think they're called the Mutiny or something now.
New England Mutiny now.
Yeah, that her business partner turned out to be a royal dickhead and screwed them over.
Established in 1999 as the Springfield Sirens, the club played in the Amateur W League.
Yep.
They won the championship in 2000.
Yep. Wow. That was my mama's team. My dad was a big soccer player, so he sort of like scouted everything. And it was like a family thing. I would pull up in my Grand Am, a 1991 baller Pontiac Grand Am, loaded with the speakers because the sound system and everything you'd have to bring to the field.
Yep.
And I'd have to set all that stuff up, and there I would go. I would play because I thought at the time, I knew what I was doing, so I would play like songs that I liked to pump up the crowd. Like if it was on Jock Jams, I played it.
I see.
And Motley Crue for a girls' soccer team and Girls, Girls, Girls. Who knew what that song was about?
Hey!
I mean,
there was no way to know.
Boy, my face just red. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for your spring band, Sirens!
Oh, and they went crazy.
Crazy.
Crowd went crazy. Wow.
Oh, yeah, man.
You'd pack the house with them.
Starting in goal, number 0. I don't know what her name was.
You make her name was
Jennifer
McGranahan.
Shields.
Yeah,
man. That was
Jennifer Panty Shields.
That was me, man. I was a big deal.
Wow.
Woo. Boy, it was something.
So you were the inaugural announcer for the Springfield Sirens.
Damn right I was. And for the Western Massachusetts Pioneers.
You were a big name in soccer announcing.
Oh, yeah. I got to go out and do some hockey games every once in a while. One time I left the microphone on and my mom was telling me to say something over the she was like hitting me with the walkie-talkie like, God damn it, try and sell more hot dogs.
Left the microphone.
And I had the microphone on and I said, I know, Ma! Christ!
That's
and
funny.
Everybody else heard me say that too.
I am tired of picking up your crusty socks, Robbie. That's not on, is it? That's not on.
You got to clean these goddamn things up yourself.
I'm tired of you getting their names wrong and everything.
Just disgusting. You're a filthy animal. I was never a sock guy anyway, so that was never a problem. Oh, yeah, man. That was...
I went to make dinner, and I don't know where all the liver went. Where did all the liver go?
And why does it smell funny in the house? The microwave? Did you warm up the microwave?
I ran out of bleach cleaning up. That microphone's not on, is it? Turn that off.
Oh, it was so good. I chirped back at her. I'm like, shut up.
Wow.
I know. I never said shut up to my mother because she would have killed me.
Of course not.
Like, literally would have killed me.
There would have been a Rob-shaped hole in the far wall.
Yeah, and then my dad would have come up and beat my ass. There was no, I wouldn't have done that ever. But you haven't met my mom yet. She's coming up for Caitlin's graduation.
Coming up from Cocoa Beach.
Yeah, I will make sure that you meet her because you will see instantly. She's not a big woman by any means. She was a figure skater, I told you.
Yes, she's petite.
She's petite.
Yep.
She will
I bet she packs a punch, doesn't
beat the piss out of anybody that I could think of.
She's like she's a powder keg in a tiny package is what you're saying.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Well, she's
Judge Judy.
Portuguese and Italian. I mean, the temper could it go. Woo-wee.
Wow.
I was more scared of her than I was my dad most of the time.
This sounds like someone I'd like to meet.
She's very much taken, though. I'm sorry.
I don't care about that. I'm taken. My daughter was taken. I have a special set of skills.
I was just thinking about that. I will find you.
I will kill you. Yeah, okay. Oh,
so
good.
See, something else you didn't know about me.
No, listen. Well, I didn't know about your mom. Yeah, that you were the announcer for the Springfield Sirens.
Yeah, the Western Mass Pioneers, everybody. And I worked in a nudie bar, and I got to use the same voice in both places. So it was awesome.
Mm-hmm.
A little more amped up when I was out on the field, you know.
Sure.
Who wants to win some T-shirts, everybody? And then I would use the same thing, just toned down a little bit. Ladies and gentlemen, say hello to Bailey. Don't forget to tip your bartenders.
Hey, here comes Chastity, everybody.
Put your hands together. Give a nice magic lantern. Welcome to Portia.
Magic Lantern.
That was the name of the place.
Oh, I love it. I used to love doing... I didn't do strip club gigs, but I had like everybody else, I had like a dating strippers phase back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was spending some time in the clubs, and I used to love when the DJ would pass me his tape. He'd go, it happened on a number of occasions. Hey, man, if you guys are hiring, here's my tape. And I'd be like, oh, cool, thanks, man. But it was what he was doing in the club.
Do me a solid, would you?
Yeah.
Pass this on to your program director. I'm looking for some side work.
Yeah, hey, man, if you guys are hiring anybody, here comes
I'm a little
Stephanie.
Busy here at the club, but I think I'd probably squeak an air shift in on the weekends if you guys got something going on.
Oh, man. It was so great. And they could, nice guy, but I was like, oh, okay, bro, thank you.
Yeah, there's a lot of things you'll be doing for a living. Radio, not one of them.
No. Portia.
Say hi to, ladies and gentlemen. It was always car names.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, guys. Put your hands together. How about a nice big magic lantern? Welcome to Lexus.
Hey, here comes Honda Civic, everybody.
yeah. The randoms.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Guys.
Say hello to Chevy Silverado.
Stop your grinning and drop your linen. Here comes Oldsmobile Brome.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like you to put your hands together for Kia Sportage.
Oh, she's foxy and she only comes in one color. Guys, give it up for...
Cadillac XDS on the stage.
Give it up for Buick LeSabre, everybody. Yeah, Lexus, Porsche, all that.
Yeah,
Ooh, it's good.
yeah, man.
Yeah.
That was it.
A lot of Rob Zombie in those clubs. And a lot of...
that's why the other day when you played Lords of Acid, I was like, oh my God, I had like a flashback.
Yes.
I was like, oh, wow. Yeah.
Like that was visceral reaction to Lords of Acid.
And that was just non-stop.
Because their songs were all about genitalia.
Song? Yeah, okay.
Oh, yeah.
All right, here it is.
Yep.
Again. And they all had different musical tastes. And it was weird because they could like tell you, okay, I want rock. But you've literally got a club full of people. And my job's to keep them in the seats, right?
Yeah.
So you keep the girls happy. You're going through like a, I don't know, 15 minutes of Biggie and Jay-Z and just it's awesome soundtrack. And then, hey, could you do me a favor? You think maybe you could switch it up a little bit and throw on some 80s rock? And I'm like, oh, for Christ's sake. What do you, I don't know, maybe some Rat? I'm like, no, I can't play Rat. No, I'm not going to play Cinderella. I'm not going to play Rat. I'm not going to play any of it right now.
Yeah.
Oh, so bad.
Guys, all right, coming to the stage right now, give it up for Fiat. Give it up for Peugeot, everybody. Daddy says she's too young. She's a little bit.
Get Smart Car to the stage. Come on up, Smart Car.
She's tiny, but she packs a punch. Alan, did Rob have any girls Rob had a crush on the Springfield Sirens?
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, of course. Listen, I was 1999?
Yeah.
I was like
You were a
20
teenager.
years old, 21 years old. And of course, every single one of them.
Right.
Anybody who would pay attention to me at that point in my life.
Now, the pertinent question is, did any of the girls have a crush on Rob, or were they laser focused on each other?
No, they weren't all. They weren't all. This is soccer, not softball. But they all were. I was the boss's kid. You know what I mean? So that's what I tell myself because none of them wanted to bang me. But I there were a couple that would hang out. Like I hung out with a couple of them, but never. Yeah, no.
She's like, could you introduce me to Lexus?
Yeah, absolutely.
After the game?
Oh, I mean, there were definitely some of those without question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Guys, give it up for Geo Metro. She's bolted on. Anyway, there you go.
This has been
the Alan Cox Show, pandering to soccer fans.
All right, I'm going to take a break. Want to send me a text 35192. You can watch on our YouTube channel and listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Rover's Morning Glory.
As I was parking my car, Jeffrey comes around the corner in the parking garage, smashes right into the wall of the parking garage, smashes up his bumper, big scrape. Were you watching me park instead of driving?
I was trying to watch one eye watch you, the other eye watched my turn radius.
You didn't watch your
like
turn
a
radius.
fish. So one eye is looking at me, the other eye is looking at the wall.
Something like that.
Okay.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
Raising Cane's, marinated and hand-battered chicken fingers served fresh and hot. One love.
T-Mobile home internet is all about speed, value.
What you doing, Zach?
I'm rehearsing. There are so many benefits. You got to talk fast.
T-Mobile home internet ranks #1 in customer satisfaction for home wireless internet by J.D. Power.
Wow, you are good.
Try singing it. T-Mobile has price lock.
They won't raise your rate on internet.
Hulu and Paramount Plus on them.
Get T-Mobile home internet all in for just $55 a month with auto pay and any postpaid voice line.
Additional terms apply. For JD Power 2024 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards.
Hey, you can hurry into your local McDonald's restaurant to enjoy 2 Filet-O-Fish sandwiches for only $6. I won't lie, Filet-O-Fish is always my go-to. Filet-O-Fish is no joke. The steamed buns, the tangy tartar sauce, flaky inside, crispy outside. Yum! Makes it a lot easier when you order on the app. They prep your meal when you're on the way in, so all you do is pull up, use the app, and you get incredible savings every single day. 2 Filet-O-Fish for only $6. The deal is available for a limited time only, so hurry into McDonald's. Prices and participation may vary.
Come out to the JDM Fishing and Outdoor Show March 7th through 9th at the Summit County Fairgrounds in Talmadge. Over 100 vendors with great deals on fishing, hunting, boating, ATVs, UTVs, and more. Free trout pond and kids archery, free parking, and free seminars daily. Huge daily giveaways including 3 fishing charters, 3 fishing kayaks, 3 trolling motors, a Wicked Ridge crossbow, 20 guns safe, a hunting blind, and more. Veterans get in free on Friday with military ID. Visit jdmfishingandoutdoorshow.com for more details and discount tickets.
If you feel like owning a home is out of reach, Rocket is here to give you back the keys. Because they believe everyone deserves a shot at the American dream. Own the dream. Visit Rocket.com or call 800-4ROCKET.
At the Ohio Lottery, we make Keno fun, your way. That means every few minutes across Ohio, 20 out of 80 possible numbers are randomly picked. And if some of the numbers you picked match, voila, you're a winner. Keno doesn't require you to know a single thing about sports ball or overs, unders, pluses, minuses, or lines, or whatever else. Keno is as simple as, did some of my numbers match? They did? Great. You just raked in some dough. There are more than 20 hours of Keno draws every day and thousands of places to play statewide.
Yo,
Lottery
Alan,
players are subject to Ohio laws and
my dream of becoming your
Hey, it's
future
Rob. It's tax season, and Boost Mobile wants to turn your tax refund
35192, you want to shoot me a text. If you listen to us on iHeartRadio, you can drop messages there as well. Tonight, we are going to be at the Parma Tavern. I'm doing a handful of these appearances throughout the month of March with Bud Light for the March Mini Hoops Tournament. Got to squeeze all these in March. Got the finals coming up on the 22nd. But until then, going to be all over Northeast Ohio playing Papa Shop. So if you have any skill whatsoever, you should come out because there's a trip to Vegas for whoever is the top scorer in Northeast Ohio. And then you go and represent the region for the finals, national finals. $10,000 is the grand prize. Going to be at the Parma Tavern tonight, starting at 7. Rob and Kat are going to pop by 2. Tomorrow night, I'll be at Burgers to Beers in Solon, and then the Basement on Saturday out in the Northfield, Sagamore Hills area. But the full schedule, because I got a bunch of these, you go to WMMS.com and hit the contest page. So each stop here, we take the top 4 scorers, and then those people come back for the finals in Medina at On Tap on the 22nd. So that'll be fun. St. Patty's Day, we're going to be posted up at the Clevelander once again. As soon as RMG is off the air, we will just be kind of dicking around. We're playing music all day, but we'll get on and check in with you from the Clevelander for St. Patty's Day. Alan, when I worked security at a strip club, the DJ didn't come in and the manager wanted me to do it. I said, if you make me do that, I'm going to say, if you like seafood, she's got crabs. Next on stage.
Oof.
The manager said, never mind, I'll do it. I mean, I guess that's a good way to divert their attention from you.
Yeah, I guess if you don't want to do it.
You like seafood, she's got crabs.
The girls had to tip us out at the end of the night. Like, I made a lot of money.
Of course,
it was a fun job.
Yeah. Well, and did you bang any of the dancers?
A couple.
Well, I was going to say, this is the allure of being a strip club DJ. If you're a halfway decent dude, you'll get on okay with the girls. Yeah. You'll make some money, and you'll invariably...
I had a girlfriend for some of it, and then, honestly, man, I grew to really, really dislike strip clubs working at one.
Right, of course.
So I didn't really have much of a desire to, like,
get into
be
that
around
whole
them.
thing.
Yeah, and a lot of blow. Like, it just, a lot of stuff that I just wasn't really into.
Right.
You know what I mean? So, yeah, I mean,
you
there
wanted
were
to keep
a
work
few.
at work.
Yeah, oh, yeah. There were a few here and there, but no, never, I wasn't that guy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Mom, Dad, I'd like you to meet Chevette.
Yeah.
I think she's the one.
That is her God-given name, Mother. My mom was so pissed off when she found out I had that job. Oh, my God.
Why? This is before or after the Springfield Sirens? After, right? Because you'd have to be 21.
It would have been after. No, I was working in there when I was underage.
Oh, you were?
But, geez, it had to have been after, or like, I mean, it could have been even concurrent, to be honest with you. I don't remember.
So there were no dancers that used to be, just by
Soccer
coincidence,
players?
soccer players.
Yeah.
You sound really familiar. Well, I was the voice of the Springfield Sirens.
I used to introduce you when you were in goal.
Oh, I was the right wing for a while. Well, okay. I was Jenny out on the field. Now I'm...
Spready.
somebody else.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Yo, Alan. My dream of becoming your future black stepdad is one step closer.
You know what?
So be prepared. You might see me at Thanksgiving, but right after I stuff the turkey. Yeah! All right, man.
Yeah, okay, fine.
I love this.
Have your fun.
The stuff the turkey joke just every single time comes back for him.
Have your fun.
You son of a bitch.
Yeah. To the best of my knowledge, and again, I haven't talked to my mom in a minute, to the best of my knowledge, her revolving door of gentlemen callers, I don't think there's anyone in there of color. So that's why I can take this guy as a goof. I don't think my mom's, I think it's all white guys for my mom. I just don't think that she's run into anybody that, again, I don't think she's out there tickling pickles, but I think that I don't know what she's I don't know what she's doing other than she's having some dinners and some lovely times with some gentlemen.
Flowers.
And, flowers, the whole thing.
I still don't like the 58-year-old guy. That I'm struggling with.
Why? Because he's just a little bit older than me?
It's not right. There's something not right there. There's something.
It's fine.
No.
He's got a gilf thing.
I'm
not here to kink shame.
I watch a lot of those the true crime stories about guys just like that.
I know. Well, fortunately, my mom has my siblings' eyes and ears all over this. The fact that I'm not there, it'd be very different if we were all spread out around the country. If my mom was flying solo back in Chicago and she's like, "Oh, I'm dating," I would be puckered every night.
Yeah.
I'd be really worried. Well, I mean, I'd be more worried. My mom's sharp. She's no dummy.
Find my phone on her just to make sure you know where she is at all times. Life 360.
Mom, I've put an Apple tracker in your bloomers, and so I'll know if anything goes. I'll know if anything happens. No, listen, it's her business, and I stand by what I told her initially. I said, as long as you're safe and you're happy and you're being careful, that's all I care about. But what she did mention, because I said, are these guys age appropriate? Because listen, you know how it's like when you go home as an adult, you still feel like you're 16 years old. And so it's kind of like, because, I don't know, at least I always did. You're talking to your mom and it's, so it was very, very strange to have a conversation with her like that.
Of course.
Because she's only ever been with my dad. And again, I don't think she's doing anything horizontal, by the way. I think that she's maybe a peck on the cheek here and there. I really don't think that it's to that point.
Well, from what you taught me yesterday, not everything is horizontal.
That is true. It's very, very true. The guy who was christening his new house.
Yeah, I was assuming he was
with
laying
his
on
girlfriend.
his back.
Yeah.
You said he was probably standing up because he farted in her face.
No, you said in her face.
Anything in that, if she's at that level and you fart, that's close enough to in the face.
Yeah.
But I did, yes, you're right. I assumed that it was.
It's trying to get all the air out. Yeah, so, okay, yeah, they were vertical. No, I don't think that, and again, I want to take an interest in what my mom's doing, but she's not offering information beyond the initial announcement to me that this was going on.
There's a big difference in knowing what your mom is doing and not whom your mom is doing.
Well, listen, my mom's discreet. I'm an extraordinarily discreet person, so I would never presume to ask her those questions. But again, I haven't texted my mom since February the 21st.
Well, no better time than today.
I mean,
I'm good for once a week. I'll call my mom once a week, sometimes twice.
I used to be the guy that wanted to call my mom once a week. It's just that when I call my mom, I got to have 3 hours carved out. And it's just not feasible.
You can't do the whole, hey, I just pulled in, I got to go?
No, because I know what I'm getting into if I call. So she doesn't ever call me. Ever, ever, ever call me. So if I want to talk to my mom, I have to call her.
Mm-hmm.
And usually it is preceded by a text. Hey, are you going to be around? I'll call tonight. We'll catch up. But more often than not, it's just texting, which is fine. Mm-hmm. She's busy. She's got stuff going on, so I don't know. Now, my mom, gets like 90 minutes of sleep a night. So she's up. I know, if I wake up in the middle of the night, my mom's going to be up. You know what I mean? If I could call my mom at 4 a.m. and she'd be up. I don't know how she does it, but she does.
Does she go to bed early and sleep for a couple hours and then get up? No.
Nope. I'm like, Mom, and my mom is so health conscious. I go, that's not good for you. But she's like, I've been doing it for a long time. I go, okay, but you're familiar with the concept of sleep hygiene. I mean, right after my dad died, she obviously couldn't sleep at all, just her and the Chihuahua. But as far as I can recall, as far back as I can recall, my mom's like gone to bed at 4 a.m. and up at 7. And I'm like, Jesus. Like I was doing this, when I was getting divorced and doing morning radio, I was doing this, but that's because I was going out and getting hammered until 3 a.m. So getting 90 minutes of sleep.
Bringing home Chevette.
Yeah. Hey, Eric.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up?
So, couple things that kind of go with what you've been talking about. I worked in the strip clubs here in Cleveland from 2001 to 2018. And I would bounce back and forth between different clubs here in Cleveland. And ultimately, I wound up at one that's no longer in existence. And I don't know if I can even say the name.
Yeah, sure. Was it called the Crazy Horse or something like that?
Well, I did work with the Crazy Horse clubs, but no, this one is the one that was on West 117th Street.
The Lido Lounge.
Yes, sir. That's the one.
Now it's a bank.
So, yeah. So, anyway, I know that somebody said that their mother got really, really mad when they found out they were working in a club. And I kind of had the opposite. My mother's passed for quite a while now, so I feel safe that she's not going to yell at me. But when she found out I worked in a strip club, she actually had my father bring her to the club, and all the entertainers loved her and made a big deal, and they had lunch and everything, and she was like a little girl in college again. But that was a kind of a really weird experience.
Was she there just to support you? Like, oh, I got to go hear my little Eric on the microphone? Is that why she went?
It was more out of curiosity, yeah. She had heard stories from my father and my uncles and other relatives of mine over the years about what strip clubs were like. And she wanted to go just out of curiosity to see what it was really like. And I was actually working at the Crazy Horse at that time. But she came in and had lunch that afternoon and talked with all the girls. There wasn't much as far as paying customers in there at the time. But it was really a weird experience because she said she enjoyed the ladies' company and she didn't have to pay $1 at all.
Mm-hmm.
So it was like one of those weird kind of situations. But then she made me promise never to tell anybody that she did that.
Were they were they dancing around her and stuff?
No, not at all. They would come over and sit, and they would ask me who it was because I was obviously down at the table with her and my father. And they asked me who she was, and I told them it was my mother.
Yeah.
And they pushed me under the table, and they just talked to her and made her laugh and were joking, and they were just really, really nice to my mother. But these are the same girls that I also would see on a Friday night go absolutely crazy over a customer and start fights and whatnot. And it's just night and day.
They probably liked a little maternal energy in there.
I think that's what it was. I think they saw her and they thought, oh, this is pretty cool that his own mother came and
I didn't know my dad, so it's cool that your mom's here. Eric's mom was helping the girls get unsuctioned off the vinyl seats.
Mom, Bugatti, mom.
Yeah.
Possibly.
Guys, give it up for AMC Gremlin. Yeah, okay, thank you, Eric. Is your mom she's gone now? Is that what you said?
Yeah, she passed in 2018.
Did all the strippers come out to her funeral?
Remarkably enough, no. I was gone from the clubs at that time, and I was in what many people tell dancers to do in a real job. So I was actually in an actual career-based job now. And
yeah,
you see them all rolling in at once in their boas. Big giant high heels with fish swimming around in them.
We wanted to pay our respects to Eric's mom.
The place smells like cotton candy and shame.
Yeah. All right, thank you, Eric.
Thank you. You guys have a great day.
You
too, man.
too. R.I.P. to Eric's mom. She was like the den mother at the Lido Lounge back in the day.
That really is the antithesis of my mother. My mom was like, you son of a bitch.
Mm-hmm.
Filthy.
Yeah, but also,
place.
your mom, listen, your mom is no pushover. She was a business owner.
Mm-hmm.
She was an Italian-Portuguese woman, right?
Very strong woman.
That's what I'm saying. So I would think that she'd look at that and be like, hey, my son's earning $1.
I was Robbie.
You were still her son.
I was the Robbie.
I see. She wanted
Robbie
nothing
doesn't
but
go to strip clubs.
Robbie doesn't go.
Robbie never had sex until he met his wife. Robbie was Robbie. I was the good boy.
Yeah.
But clearly, look at me.
Alan, maybe your mom is also getting hammered until 3 a.m. You know what, you son of a bitch.
Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch.
Like mother, like son, is that what he's getting at?
Son of a bitch.
Oh.
You know what?
Just a different kind of hammered, I guess.
Yeah. Well, that's a thing, too. Once these guys find out how late she's up, I don't want that.
I'm tired thinking about it.
Hey, what are you doing?
Nothing.
Want to come over?
No. I've got work to do tomorrow. That's like literally what my mom sounds like. She hasn't called the show in a long time. That's what my mom sounds like.
Very quiet.
Hi, honey. Yeah, literally. Every so often she'll show up on the Sum Up show, Best of show. A clip when I called my mom for her birthday or something, or I got her. I forget what the premise was. I got her to judge some dumb game we were doing. I forget what it was, but you know, she's a busy woman. But yeah, she's. Where is that?
We should bring it back during the football season. We should have a contest with our moms to do like gambling. Who can pick the most games on a weekend, and we can call it Beat Our Moms.
Oh God!
What do you think? I think it's great.
Yeah,
it's a competition between us. My mom picks, your mom picks. Kat, your mom can jump in if she wants. Beat Our Moms.
Your mother wants nothing to do with this. Go study. Go study.
Stupid idea, Rob.
Do not call your mother.
You are a disgrace.
Yeah.
Damn it, that would have been the production.
From your head to your nose. Let me find my mom. She's in there somewhere. Something.
Because I had to find out from his sister that he was actually gone.
Oh, okay. Wait, you found out from somebody else that James is gone?
Well, James is a man of few words.
Yeah, I know, but yeah. Hey, I couldn't get a hold of you. Yeah, I was halfway around the world. No big deal. What's
No, I think it's gotten to the point where he has traveled more and more and more, and it's kind of like he's not going to go.
Yeah, see, she sounds kind of upbeat there, but that's like before my dad died. You know what I mean? Like she's got a little bit more melancholy to her voice now, but she has like a very kind of. My mom has like a very kind of clear bell-tony kind of voice.
How long ago was that?
Honey. Oh, God, that was probably 2017, maybe? 17 or 18.
So does she sound any old? Because she sounds very young.
She does sound young. My mom sounds exactly the same way.
Oh, well, okay.
Yeah, and this is what I'm saying. If she met one of these guys on the phone somehow, that's why he's 58 and she's 76.
That's incredible that she's a 70-year-old woman.
Hi. Yeah, I have to remind myself of that, right? I'm like, oh, my God, my mom's like... You know, her birthday is in November. She'll be 78. Wow. My mom's almost an 80-year-old woman.
I would have never in a million years guessed that.
That's what I'm saying.
Wow.
She's had that voice my entire life. So, not like a Betty Boop type thing, but, I mean, you know.
My mother sounds nothing like the impressions I do of her, by the way. But,
right.
But my mom definitely is on the younger side of what she appears to be. She's always the young mom, you know. She just turned 70.
Alan, the reason your mom only gets 9 minutes of sleep is that long line at the bedroom door. You know what?
Son of a bitch.
How about...
Kat loves this.
How about you huff my hole?
Son of a bitch.
Kat loves these mom jabs, man.
Yeah, because it means I'm not talking about her parents. That's why she likes it.
Is that right?
Stop trying to distract. Katarina, come home. Do not go to bar.
Sorry, Mom.
I'm not doing your mom. Imagine if I was doing her mom.
Dad would...
609. 609.
Hello, I'm Katarina's mother.
Wow.
It's the same impression for both parents.
I know. Yeah.
Let me put your mother on the phone. Daughter wants to talk to you. Hello, honey. Your father told me to get on the phone.
You're a disgrace to the Truck family.
They sound exactly the same.
You are a disgrace to Truck family.
All right, listen. We'll all go have some pops and chop it up over at the Parma Tavern, all right?
I can't wait.
Oh,
Yay.
boy. All right. All right, we got to go. We'll be back tomorrow, Friday. Ooh, comedian Kyle Dunnigan is in tomorrow. He's never been on the show. I'm a huge fan of his. He's very funny on social media. His stand-up is great, too. So if you know Kyle Dunnigan or if you've seen him in anything, he's great. So I'm excited to talk to him tomorrow. Where are you out there on the social media, Rob?
WMMS Rob. Do Instagram.
Katarina?
Cat B Creative or the Serbian Queen on all socials.
Okay. Thanks, guys. We'll talk to you again tomorrow. The show will be available in its entirety and in segments if you want to listen hour by hour. You can do it there. If you listen on the iHeartRadio app, you can drop us quick messages there as well. Otherwise, wherever you get podcasts is where you can get the show. Our YouTube channel, if you prefer to watch the show, you can do it there. If you want to email me for anything, I'm always sending out Alan Cox Show stickers, people who want those. Alan at AlanCoxShow.com. And Alan Cox Show on your socials. And that's it. And we're headed to the Parma Tavern, 7 o'clock. We're starting up. Next appearance for the Bud Light March Mini Hoops Tournament. We'll see you there shortly. If you're out and about, come say hi. And the Corey Roddick Experience is next. Your Cavaliers are off tonight. You will get him coming up. And I will see you in hell.
And now I must leave you as the Brady Bunch is on, and I find 4 of those children incredibly arousing. Get out of here.
Be careful of what you say. Be careful in every way. Be careful of what you do. Big Brother is watching you. Be circumspect and discreet. Stay light on your mental feet. One slip and you know you're through. Big Brother is watching you. Conform with all directives. Remember, obedience pays. And when you watch that TV screen, remember it works both ways. You'll disappear in a wink unless you can double think. You'll vanish into the blue. Big Brother is watching you.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
This is Doug Gottlieb. Here's what's trending from the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Cuyahoga County Public Library.
The Browns have restructured quarterback Deshaun Watson's contract. Watson will get his guaranteed $46 million as a bonus, which will clear $36 million in cap space. Cavs have officially clinched the NBA's first playoff berth. That happened last night when they beat the Heat. Cleveland's won 12 straight. They go for 13 tomorrow in Charlotte. And a one-of-a-kind rookie card of Pirates phenom Paul Skeens is a